Good afternoon and welcome to matches 17 and 18, day number 8 here of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. And well, we've got a nice sunny day once again, bit of a breeze, so it won't be too hot out in the middle for the players. But we're just about ready to get to the very important coin toss as we go to the tournament referee Tyrone Peters with the two captains.
Rahul, Chris, ball in the air. It is the head. You're going to bowl first. Good luck. Good luck.
So, news from the toss, the skipper for the Coimbra Knights, Chris Redhead, he has chosen to bowl here in match number 17, and it'll be interesting to see himself in the middle overs, but also the main man for the Coimbra Knights in this tournament has been Junai Khan, so he'll be up the top of the order with both ball and bat. But again, with the Coimbra Knights electing to bowl first, we'll get a very early look at Suman Gimini at the top of the order, the top run scorer for the Gorkha 11 here in this match. And we're just about ready to get to the first delivery, so we'll go over to the commentary box for that all-important first ball.
And as we take a look here, we can see both teams have made their way out to the middle, and a very warm welcome. You join me here in the commentary box. Myself, Charlie Hunt, here for the European Cricket Network, ready to get underway for match number 17 here this evening. And we're set for an exciting 2 games of cricket. Third takes on fourth, and 2 victories for either teams here can really spice things up in terms of the table standings. We take a look here, and well, bit of a change last minute for the Coimbra Knights as Girish Singh ended up picking an injury in the warm-up, so he misses out. Amit Kumar comes into the starting 11, and James Small will be taking the gloves. But once again, Imran Khan up at the top of the order with Suman Gimini. Bit of pressure on these two at the top if they're going to set a defendable total. They've been put into bat here. Coimbra Knights obviously winning the toss firstly here, and they have elected to bowl. But a very good afternoon, evening to everybody who are watching all around the world. Whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in India, a very warm welcome to you. And I can tell you that it's one of the windier evenings here. You might be able to pick it up on a couple of the effects mics, but it certainly has picked up this evening. It's a bit of a chillier evening, has to be said. There you go. And there you go, 2 standing umpires this afternoon are Conrad Greenshields, the man on your screen at the moment, alongside Gert Oosthuizen. But we're almost ready to get underway, and it's going to be a very interesting matchup early on, as it is going to be Junai Khan taking on Suman Gimini. And I know there's going to be many people tuning back and forth between here and Italy. Obviously with Roma CC they need what was 35, now 29 after a huge 6. But we're ready to get underway here. And it is going to be Junai Khan. Junai Khan for the Coimbra Knights here in match number 17. Starts off well and off the mark straight away. It's just pushed into the offside. And he's off the mark with a single. Once again, a very warm welcome to everybody around the world tuning in here for 2 evening matches once again. Obviously plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network at the moment. Obviously 2 games an evening from Portugal. Normally 4 games, but obviously we had that incident earlier on in the week, so there was postponed games when they've been replayed. So 7 matches on the European Cricket Network this time. And well, Khan goes big into the air, and it could be an opportunity here. It's swirling in the wind, and it's an early wicket for the Coimbra Knights. It's a good catch by the man that covers, and it's the first wicket. And the batsman has to make his way all the way back to the stand. He wasn't there for long, trying to go big over the infield early on, but Imran Khan has to go early, and the Gorkha 11 are 1 for 1. So Junai Khan is going to be asking for a slip as Rahul Kumar is number 3, comes in for the Gorkha 11. was Akash Kumar taking the catch in the cover region for the Coimbra Knights. And Janai Carnwell with his away swing this time for against the left-hander. He's put the Panda one up into the slips. I know there's plenty of Panda fans in and around the globe. This starts outside the off stump and it flows through. So first bit of action for James Smallman with the gloves. Obviously comes in for this match after losing Girish Singh in the warm-up. And another man comes over into the offside. Tries to turn this round the corner, does Kumar. It's a good delivery from Janai Khan, just pushing this one through for an extra yard of pace. Pushing it on there. And this one down the leg side, so will be called a wide delivery by umpire Gertus Teisen. But Janai Khan looking very promising once again here for the Coimbra Knights. He's been a bit of a talisman, really, the star man of the show, if you're a Coimbra Knights fan. This time into the offside, straight to the man at point, and they'll come through for just the one run. Brings Gumide back on strike. Got off the mark with off the first delivery, and obviously the early partnership of number 1 and 3, right hand left hand combination, just changes things up a little bit for the skipper Chris Redhead. Got to make sure his team's on it, straight on the money straight away. Forgetting that it's a right-handed batsman on strike. Going to be in a good delivery against the left-hander, coming across away from him. It's a good take early on for Smallman, and it's a wide ball down the leg side. But a very warm welcome to everybody in the chat. I can see Chris Smith alongside Kirsty Redhead, of course. James Stewart as well. A very good afternoon to all of you, and Roberto Silva as well. Looking forward to an exciting evening of T10 cricket once again. Gimidi again into the offside, and that's his second single. So a single to end the first, a tidy over from Janai Khan. Gorka 11 after the first over, 5 for 1. So we take a look at the bat versus ball there. And, well, obviously third place fourth here. The supercomputer looks like he's putting its money on the Gorka 11. But it'll be interesting to see, obviously, Coimbra Knights, they are certainly going to be up for this one, it has to be said. And we're going to see Deep Josan opening up in the second over here. So a little bit of a change here. I haven't seen Deep Josan open up firstly, but he's got an opportunity here, and he's got to back up what was a good first over from Janai Khan. Well, it's short. He's not got all of this. There is a man under it, but it's going to sail over his head, but it's going to plug. And they take on the arm, and it could be close here. And he comes through. Eventually for the safe second. We see here, Kumar was pretty keen. He set off early, and it's good running in the end. He was more than confident that he was going to get back in time. Good running, good positive start. This outside the off stump, and Gimini trying to cut this into the offside. It just rises on him a little bit, gets a little bit big on him. Flows through to Smallman, the keeper. And this is a shorter delivery again. And tries to swat this away. That's going to be the one for the over. So he's getting it out of the system pretty early. And again, this time just plays it down. Dabs it into the offside, and they get again come through for another single. And this off the pad by the looks of it, and it'll again be another single to the total. And it's been a good first tidy over from Josan just before coming off of the first 5 deliveries. He's got one more, and he's got the dangerous Gimity at the top. At the other end, he's facing him here. Into the leg side and swats this away. The chase is on, but he's not going to get there. And it's the first boundary, and it's cuatro carreras to end the second for the Gorka 11. And after 2, they find themselves 13 for 1. Not the end that Josan would have wanted from this first over. He only went for 3 off of the first 5 deliveries, but that ends up becoming 7th. The 7th run in that over, but still a tidy start nonetheless. And Junai Khan hit to start his second over. Just lifts on him, finds the outside edge, and he'll sail away to the man at third man. And it's again another single to the total. So Kumar only his second run off the bat. Not the most confident start from him here. Gimity on strike. And a good bit of lateral movement there into the pads of Gimity. Unable to flick this into the leg side. We've seen him play it many a time in the first week of this tournament, but isn't able to quite get this one away. Bit of an inside edge onto the pad. He's certainly got protection out there, and interesting to see that deep mid wicket becomes a deep mid wicket and deep square leg just becomes the standard square leg position. And it's a great delivery from Junai Khan, right on the Yorker length, bit of an inside edge, and Gimity has to go early. Again, not coming off at the top of the order. He's had a positive start to this tournament, but in the middle stage isn't able to really fire. And we take another look at how that wicket fell. An extensive bit of lateral movement, right on the money. Takes a big step into his crease. Misses out here, and it's another early wicket, and Gorka 11 are now 14 for 2. So the new batsman makes his way to the crease. He's got a big job here. 2 early wickets falling. But again, outstanding opening spell from that man again, Junai Khan. He obviously got half of his over to finish off here. But at the moment, 2 for 6 off of 1.3. This is a full toss into the offside. It's collected by Akash Kumar. They come through for a bit of a shaky single. And Mandeep Maul off the mark straight away. Kumar on strike. It's a good delivery. Nipping away. Also a little bit of a way swing. But again, the angle across the left-handed batsman proving to be a little bit too much early on here for Rahul Kumar. 2 off of 6 now. He's only got to negotiate one more delivery from Junaid Khan. And it's a good delivery into the pads. And a good end to what has been an outstanding opening spell from Junaid Khan. And off of his 2 overs, goes for only 7 runs, but gets the all-important 2 wickets of the 2 openers, Suman Ghimini and Imran Khan. And at the end of the 3rd and at the end of the power play, Gorkha 11 are 15 for 2. Good to see Sada Khan as well, Kirsty as well. I think Kirsty's saying, if I was there, I'd ring the bell, Charlie. I know you would. A good early start here. And it's an interesting bit of a dynamic for the Coimbra Knights. Obviously, Chris Redhead is the skipper on paper, but he's very much backed up in the field in terms of placements by Junaid Khan. Obviously, a very experienced cricketer, the both of them. And Deep Josan starts with a full toss, isn't able to collect it cleanly off of his own bowling, and it's just an easy single. Kirsty saying, gutted I'm not there, but back to provide hospitality for the ECN crew tomorrow. And again, Kirsty alongside everyone else in the clubhouse, Nina and Anna and everyone else in between, have been absolutely exceptional looking after us over the last week. Obviously still got a week to go. This is well played into the offside, straight to the man at point, and it's just 1 run. Well, there's an appeal here, and he has to go. So Mandeep Maul, again, not coming off here. He has to go for 2, and another wicket falls. And the Gorkha 11 are now 17 for 3 here in the 4th. Much to the delight of the on-watching fans in the clubhouse. Obviously, Coimbra Knights, the home team here in this tournament. And it's the first take behind the stumps for James Smallman. Bit of an easy one for him, but that'll certainly relax or calm the nerves in the first innings here of match number 17. Jadalshan Singh, the skipper, makes his way to the crease. So, a good start here for Deep Josan in his 2nd over. So, Rushan Singh is facing up for his first delivery now. This is down the leg side. Bit of a sighter for him. Given a wide ball as signalled by Conrad Greenshields. So I think the game out in Italy has come to a close. And the Cricket Stars have beaten Roma CC, as this is another wide down the leg side. But the Cricket Stars have beaten Roma CC by only 4 runs, so a tight finish. I certainly called that it was going to be a close ending at around the 5th over mark. I was clearly right. Roma CC ended up on 81 off of their 10 overs, so falling 4 runs short. On the drive is Singh. Good stop from Chris Redhead. Keeps it to just the 1. Obviously brings the left-handed. Left-handed Kumar now. Very good evening to Kitty Hunley. I hope you're well. Obviously joining us here in Portugal. If you're a Coimbra Knights fan, then you'll be pretty happy with the way that things have started here. Comes down the track. A bit of a coming together, but they're all okay. There's a bit of an apology from Josan, and it's just 1 run to the total. But again, a warm welcome to everybody in the chat. I know there's a few jumping over from Italy, so I hope you're looking forward to what is set to be a very exciting evening yet again of T10 cricket here on the European Cricket Network, and a huge shout out to all of the crew out in Italy for doing an outstanding job in the heat today. I know it's not been easy, and obviously to Rico, Vinny and Nikki, who have been doing an outstanding job on the comms. But a good second over from Deep Josan, and at the end of that over, end of the 4th, Gorka 11 22 for 3. Well, there we go. We take a look at the stats gun at the moment, and once again Janai Khan top for the batting, and he's second to only his skipper in the bowlers for the Coimbra Knights, and it's why I've pinpointed him as one of the main players for the Knights. But also Gorka 11 heavily relying on Suman Gimini at the top of the order, but he's not come off in this game, so it'll be interesting to see where we'll go with him. But also standings there, you can see there, 3rd taking on 4th here this evening as we get back to live action. Manjeet Singh into the attack, back of a length delivery, finds the inside edge, and they come through for just the single. Kitty saying she's glad the Knights are doing better today. Good to see that we could have some tight, interesting matches here this evening. Ian John saying that he thought there was going to be a gold ball in Italy. Well, they still haven't had one out of the entire Italian summer. Well, this is pulled into the leg side. That'll certainly settle a few nerves, as that's plummeted into the leg side off the bat of Kumar, and it runs away, and it's Quattro Carreiras hit for Gorka 11. Just the second boundary in this innings that was here in the 5th over. And good cricket, they come through, they take on the arm of Panda Wadub, and it's just 1 run to the total. So rotation of the strike is key. If you can prevent the number of dot balls rising throughout the 10 overs, then you're most likely going to go on to set a decent total, whatever the case may be, in terms of wickets. A little bit uppish from Singh. Just gets Rahul Kumar back on strike. It's not been a terrible first over from Manjeet Singh here, really. Not really been any Gundy balls. Well, that one might be described as a Gundy ball, as that's into the leg side, fielded by Faf Stoneman. Doesn't get the long barrier out this time. But it's another boundary, and this is a good over for the Gorka 11. Well, Faf Stoneman, who's been helping out around the ground, did a bit of umpiring earlier on in this tournament. He was up very quickly to stop that one from clattering into the building. This is into the leg side, clipped, but doesn't clip this out of the middle. And it just comes through for, again, another single. So a good over from the Gorka 11, 12 coming off it at the end of the 5th at the halfway stage, 34 for 3. Take a look here at the top of the order. Suman Gimini going for a runner ball 9, but then was bowled by an outstanding delivery from Janai Khan, and Janai Khan was able to get Imran Khan with just the second delivery of this innings So Imran Khan, obviously a talented batsman who's able to do amazing things with the bat. He was unable to come off there. He had to go for a golden duck. Things have just been settled here by the two men on your screen, Rahul Kumar and Ushan Singh. We're now going to see MD Zaman into the attack for the Coimbra Knights. Starts off with a bit of a loosen up down the leg side. Well, Kumar was trying to play a scoop there, really. It was on the angle. Bit of bat on it, would have run away. But it's a wide nonetheless. So they get the extra delivery. This is hit and hit well into the leg side. The man comes round and he's got there. Well, we might have to take another look at it. It's right in front of me. I think he's okay. I think that might be a good bit of work for Andy Josan as we take another look here. Well, he did the hard, but he managed to get round. We see here he got a good enough bit of hand on it, and we see here I think he's going to be okay. And I think from that angle he's okay for my liking. Well, it's not. It's been given 4. So Deep Jasan, a little bit hard done by in my opinion, but it's been given as 4 runs. And that's 4 runs to the total off the bat of Kumar. Well, this one stays low. And Conrad Greenshields turns this one down. It's given as a leg bye into the leg side. This one stayed very, very low. Obviously hit the right bit of the pitch. I think it's a good call, really, from Conrad there. Going down the leg side, missing leg stump. This is dragged into the leg side by Singh, and it's again just a single. Good arm from Lavi Saini, who is able to hit a long ball, so it'll be interesting to see if he gets an opportunity. Well, that man running across your screen. There he goes, the Panda. He's on a run. And I know that there's going to be many, many viewers that are eager to see him with the bat. Oh, this is into the offside, straight down the ground. Doesn't quite get a lot on it. And it's fielded by that man. He can't really go anywhere without the ball following him. Janai Khan just fought the 1 run. Well, this is hit in the air, and it's Janai Khan. He comes round, he puts the effort in, doesn't quite take it, and it just plugged in the air, so it's not going to cost him the boundary. It was a great effort nonetheless. Take another look here. It was a bit of a slot delivery from Zaman. Went straight up. It's a great leap. I think his facial expression, they were saying he was very close there, but this one just missing the off stump. Good comeback from Zaman. And at the end of the 6th, Gorka 11:44 for 3. So interestingly enough, going at it around the rate they need to be if they're going to get to that 90 or 100 mark. So anywhere in between there I think is about par. You see that outstanding bowling from Janai Khan at the top of the order. He's been a real gem here for the Coimbra Knights, both with bat and ball. Obviously in the running for one of the most valuable players in this tournament. Obviously got a week left, so a lot can change. A lot of players can come in and make a big contribution. But the skipper, Chris Redhead, leading wicket taker for the Coimbra Knights before this game, comes through for just the 1 straight away. So Redhead is 5th in the wickets in this tournament, and this is pushed. Doesn't middle it at all, and Deep Jasan will come through and collect it for the single. Very good afternoon to Wazza. Says he's out from lurking, and Keanu Nolan as well. Very good afternoon to all of you, and to anyone in the chat. I hope you're all well. Could be in for a very exciting match here, as it could be a bit of an even contest here. Again, just a single off the bat. Again, if you are watching on our YouTube channel, don't forget, if you haven't already, do subscribe. Edging ever closer to the 300,000 subscriber mark. And obviously there is a bit of a treat in store. Well, that's certainly a treat for any viewers at the moment. That's into the leg side, and that's 6 corridas here in Portugal. And Rushan Singh saying he's had enough. Bit of a slot delivery, and he gets punished, does Redhead. This goes all the way. 6 runs. Be interesting to see. Obviously, he's at a conventional sort of stance in terms of where he is in the crease. We've seen a lot of batsmen go deep in their crease. This is a slower delivery down the leg side. It evades everything. I think James Smallman was able to get a little bit of glove on this one, so it's just the wide down the leg side and a single as well. But again, I think stubs for South Africa, we were able to catch a bit of it yesterday, obviously due to a bit of an earlier finish, and something that was picked up on by a few of the crew is his ability to manipulate the bowlers with the way he uses the crease. It was a real elegant show of how to do so in his performance yesterday against England. He's also a acquaintance, I think might be the right word, of tournament referee Tyrone Peters. Tyrone will be leaving us this evening. He's off to Germany for the Dresden series. But we do have a suitable replacement, and well, it's an opportunity. This has to go down as a missed stumping for James Smallman. And Harvinder Singh comes through, and they come through for the second. So a missed stumping opportunity. James Smallman chucked in with the gloves here. I think he would have been home safely. But an interesting 7th over, and after 7, Gorka 58 for 3 on the board. And obviously, well, I mentioned Dresden, but in a few weeks' time, we'll be able to say that we've got the European Cricket Championship underway. And I know that the news broke today that whilst we'll have the ECC from Monday to Friday, we'll also have a European Cricket T10 tournament of a domestic series for Spain on the Saturday, Sunday. So 7 days of cricket for 5 weeks in between the dates of the 12th and the 14th. 12th of September to the 14th of October, that is. But Zaman continues. This has gone high in the air, but I think it's going to sail away, and it's going to trickle over the boundary. Not the most convincing 4 runs for Kumar, but he'll take them. Doesn't matter how they come, as how they go down in the book, and it's 4 runs to the total. It'll be interesting to see if we can get some of the viewers' opinions on the wicketkeeper Smallman's face guard. Obviously, we've seen it a few times on the European Cricket Network. I know there's a keeper in Gibraltar who likes to go for this. So this is into the leg side. That's going to sail over. So not a good start to the second over for Zaman. 10 off the first 2 deliveries, and that one has gone all the way. 6 corridas. Doesn't quite get all of this one, does Kumar, but he's able to just get enough on this one, and it sails over the boundary. So Kumar now into the 30s, looking comfortable in the crease at the moment. Better delivery, good comeback from Zaman. In the block hole, only able to get this away for 1 run. And it brings Rushan Singh back on strike. And this is going to be a wide down the offside. So Zaman just struggling here in the second over for him. Well, this is into the leg side. He's not quite got all of it. And it's taken safely from that man, Junai Khan. So Rushan Singh trying to play this big into the leg side. Tries to get a maximum himself, but doesn't quite get enough on this. Not the elevation required. It's taken safely by Junai Khan, and it's the fourth wicket to fall for Gorka. They are 70 for 4. Good catch from Janai Khan. Good awareness to be able to realise where he was in terms of the rope behind him. And it's a wicket at a pretty important time for the Coimbra Knights, as these two were just looking like they were going to be able to set a good standard and a good partnership. But the wicket has to go. That wicket was worth 53, so obviously above the 50 partnership. Good consolidation period in the middle overs for Gorka. If they can push on now, going at current run rate, they'll get up to around that 90 odd mark. And the new batsman Hardeep Singh, able to hit a long ball, got an opportunity to contribute here with the bat. Starts with a helicopter shot, hits this well into the leg side. It's well fielded from Janai Khan. Made sure that there was no way of this one getting through him, and it's just one run as Hardeep Singh is off the mark straight away with a single. Brings Rahul Kumar on strike. 32 off of 22 for him. On this one, only just missing the stumps. Tried to go big into the leg side, but it's a good end to what was a pretty expensive over for Zaman, but he gets the wicket. And at the end of the 8th over, Gorka 11, 71 for 4. So you see there the worm. Wickets coming at good times for Coimbra. The Coimbra Knights were able to take wickets when batsmen were looking a little bit settled. Obviously that wicket of Rishan Singh coming at an almost ideal time for them. Well, Hardeep Singh, this is into the leg side. There's a man there, and it's a great catch. And it's the man who's just come off from bowling his second over. It's MD Zaman. He takes an outstanding catch in the leg side, diving to his left. And, well, Hardeep Singh has to go for just the one. And another wicket falls. Gorka 11, 71 for 5. Bit of a slot delivery, it has to be said. He just tried to clip this, really didn't follow through with the shot, didn't commit to it really, and it cost him his wicket. A great catch from Zaman in the leg side. And the new batsman, he's got a bit of a job on his hands here. Well, I think there might be another one there. And it's the second wicket of the over. Manjeet Singh strikes once again. And, well, the new batsman, he was only in for a matter of seconds. I think that's a bit of a glove on that one. I think he knew really as soon as it was given. But he has to go. Mandeep Singh goes for a golden duck. And Gorka 71 for 6. So we've got a hat-trick opportunity here. So it's a good opportunity here as the new batsman makes his way out to the crease. He's got to negotiate. He's got to negotiate a hat-trick ball here from Manjeet Singh, and it's Amandeep Guman out to the middle. Could we have another hat-trick here in Portugal? We've already had one. Taj Mohammed earlier on in last week. But it's Manjeet Singh and he's on the hat-trick here. Wow, this is a good delivery. Clipped off the inside edge. And away into the leg side. And Guman off the mark straight away with a single. So no hat-trick here, but a good start to his second over from Manjeet Singh. That man, Rahul Kumar, he's Just really been watching wickets tumble at the other end. And then, well, this has gone into the leg side. It's a big opportunity. And it's a good catch from Deep Josan. And it's another wicket. The third wicket falls in this over. Manjit Singh strikes again. And the in-batsman, Rahul Kumar, has to go. And this is a good comeback from the Coimbra Knights. As the third wicket of this over falls, Gorka 11 now 72 for 7. Right off the toe end of the bat. He set himself well. Interestingly, really almost took his eye off the ball at the last minute, but he was able to take it cleanly. And it's another wicket that falls here in the 9th. I know Vinny would be happy with this one. It's all happening here in the 9th.
Get rid of him. Been there too long, isn't he? Yeah. Should I go in for the single here? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Please. Thank you.
Two deliveries remaining in this over. Good start from Manjit Singh, and they take on. Oh, it's a good bit of fielding. They're going to try and come back. It's Imtiaz Rana who's come in for Gorka 11. He's off the mark straight away. And a good bit of noise in the field from the Coimbra Knights throughout this entire innings. You see there, well, he might have just been a little bit hard done by after trying to avoid the collision here, but a dot ball to finish. An outstanding second over from Manjit Singh. He finishes with figures of 3 for 13 off of his 2 overs. Correction, 3 for 14 off of his 2 overs. And at the end of the 9th, 1 over remaining, Gorka 11, 73 for 7. And it's going to be the skipper, Chris Redhead, to bowl the final over here for the Coimbra Knights. Anything less than 10 and they'll feel that they're right in this game. Obviously a victory early on in match number 17 for the Coimbra Knights. Well, that would really mix things up in terms of the standings. That would put them level on points with Gorka. Get underway here in the 10th. This is dragged into the leg side from Rana. And it'll just be 1 run. Yeah, so a victory here, as I said, for the Knights. Take them on to 6 points. But they'd most likely stay in 4th position due to net run rate. I think net run rate could have a real interesting factor as we get to the latter stages of this tournament. Well, this is short, missed out from Guman. It will just be 1 run into the leg side, collected by Levi Saini. Wow, this is a slower delivery into the leg side. There's a man there, but it sails over his head. And that's going to release a little bit of pressure. Chris Redhead puts his arm up and apologises. And that sails into the stand, and it's 6 runs. Bit of a Gandhi ball, really. Doesn't matter who you are. A man like Rana isn't going to miss out on this one. But it's a good comeback, and it's one of the better comebacks. We've seen Redhead do it time and time again. Gets dispatched for a 6, and then he comes back and gets the wicket. And the skipper gets another breakthrough, and Gorka they find themselves now here in the 10th over, 81 for 8. So he looked to advance down the track, ended up yorking himself really, and when you're trying to play across the line, lost his shape completely. Chris Redhead was able to keep it on the money, and another wicket falls as the skipper, Madhukar Thapa, makes his way to the crease. And he got one thing on his mind. That's going to be to take on his opposing skipper. Try and send him back over his head. But a good comeback here from the Coimbra Knights. A few early wickets got taken away from them in the middle overs, but they've had a good finish to this innings. Well, this is big into the leg side. And Thapa comes out and he means business. And he starts off with a Maximo into the leg side. 6 runs for the Gorka 11. This one, bit of a slot delivery from Redhead. And Thapa pounces onto this one quickly. And that's certainly going to help proceedings as they get near to the 90 mark. 1 delivery remaining. That doesn't quite get all of this one. Early call of 2. It's the Manjeet Singh into the wicket keeper. And we're going to go upstairs, but I don't think it's really being taken cleanly. We take a look here. They certainly get the 1 run. It's not being taken cleanly. So it's 2 runs to the total, and 2 runs off the last ball. So at the end of the 10 overs, Gorka 11 have ended up with 89 for 8 off of their 10 overs, setting the Coimbra Knights 90 for victory here in match number 17. But it was an interesting innings of cricket, it has to be said. Certainly ebbed and flowed between both teams. Take a look at the highlights of the first innings here. Wasn't the start that Imran Khan was starting. Tried to go in 2 out. The delivery was swinging into him. And it was a good catch by Akash Kumar off the bowling of Junai Khan. And Suman Gimini, well, he looked confident early on, hitting an early boundary, but it wasn't meant to be for him, as he ended up getting cleaned up by Junai Khan. A great delivery, swinging, late bit of swing. Good, great delivery on a Yorker length as well. He had to go 9 off 9 for him, run a ball. And that was a huge wicket in the context of this game. And well, there was another chance there. This time, Mandeep Moore getting caught behind for James Smallman. A mixture of good and bad for him with the gloves. Missed out on a stumping throughout that innings. Also that last ball didn't take it cleanly, but he won't be too concerned with that, as he will have a job to do with the bat. There was a bit of a rebuilding period in the middle overs of this innings, and Rahul Kumar alongside Rushan Singh was able to steady the ship a little bit. This one here, this was hit well. I thought it was a little bit hard done by, and it was eventually given 4 as you had to go upstairs. And then the skipper, Chris Redhead, he came into the attack. And it was an interesting spell for him. He managed to get a wicket, obviously getting the wicket of Imtiaz Rana in the final over. But again, outstanding figures for Junai Khan. 2 for 7 off of his 2 overs, but also I think the pick of the bowlers for me has to be Manjeet Singh, getting 3 wickets in 1 over for him. He ended up with figures of 3 for 14 off of his 2 overs. And that was Hardeep Singh. Didn't quite commit to the shot, really. I think if he followed 3, he would have certainly cleared the rope and possibly cleared the stand. There was a great catch by MD Zaman to get his man. And well, we didn't quite get the hat-trick. That was Mandeep Singh. And then a few deliveries later, skied high by Rahul Kumar. And it was a good catch in the deep by Deep Josan. He ended up going 32 off of 24. 4 fours and a 6 for him. And then in the final over, ended up conceding a hefty amount of runs. 16 coming off of the final over, but also getting the wicket. This was the wicket there. Rana trying to play this into the leg side. Yorked himself. And then that was all she really wrote. There was obviously a good shot from Tapper in the first delivery that he faced. Skied this into the leg side and it flew away for 6 runs. And that brought us to the end of the first innings. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just under 10 minutes as the Gorka 11 have set 90 for victory for the Coimbra Knights. And you're watching match number 17 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 with myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. And welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match number 17 between the Coimbra Knights and Gorka 11. Coimbra Knights, they have been set 90 for victory. About a pass score, really, from Gorka 11 here on this pitch. It'll be interesting to see how the Coimbra Knights take this on. And it's a bit of a different few tactics here. No Junai Khan at the top of the order. It looks like they're going to come out. They're going to come out swinging, and it's going to be Lavai Saini alongside the Panda. Panda, what up? And, well, Hardeep Singh, who is going to be opening up the bowling as we're ready to get underway here for the response from the Coimbra Knights. And Lavai Saini starts, and this is going to flick over the infield, and it's going to run away. So Lavai Saini starting off well. And he gets underway, and he gets underway with 4 runs into the offside. And I have to say, I think I might be a big fan of this from the Coimbra Knights. They've got a very, very exciting lineup. A lot of people that can certainly swing a bat, and it looks like they're going to change things up and try and take the attack to the bowlers early on. This is hit and hit well back down the ground, but Hardeep Singh is able to prevent this from flowing through. So it's a good comeback with the dot ball. Clears that front leg, tries to play this into the leg side, isn't able to get anything on this. Good delivery from Hardeep Singh. Once again, a warm welcome to everybody in and around the globe, whether you're watching here on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. A good evening, good afternoon, or good morning, wherever it is your local time. Got an exciting chase on here for the Knights. This is off the pad, and it will just be one into the offside. And Saini gives that one a little bit of a rub. It brings Panda what up on into the firing line of Hardeep Singh. He's got 3 balls to face, correction 4. Be very interesting to see how he takes on the opening bowling of Hardeep Singh here. Obviously a man that likes to go pretty much from the off. And he gets this into the leg side. He picks out Suman Gimidi. And it'll just be 1 run. So Panda off the mark straight away. A good warm welcome to Keanu Nolan, Chris Smith, Kitty, Keanu as well, and also to Kirsty as well. She'll be pretty happy after that first start for the Coimbra Knights, that's for sure. And this is going to be wide down the offside. Hardeep Singh just struggling for rhythm here. Doesn't look that comfortable with ball in hand at the moment. He was very eager to get going. This is a good call from Conrad Greenshields. But yeah, was a little bit too keen to get going, really. Looked a little bit jumpy in his run-up. Just needs to calm the nerves here. Run rate at 9 and over at the moment. And Saini plays this. It could be close. It's a good dive from Panda Wadab. And a good quick single. And at the end of the first over, 8 off it. Coimbra Knights 8 for no loss. It's a good pickup, good release, but just not on target. And I'm pretty sure a direct hit would have been very, very close. Well, he would have been gone by a long way. Wouldn't have been close at all. Would have had no chance. But Lavai Saini keeps the strike. And well, there you go. Obviously, we had our moment of excitement on Sunday. The third game of that day, we had a golden ball between the Lisbon Capitals and Gorka 11. Gorka 11 still feeling... They'll still be feeling a little bit upset with the way that ended, but we continue here into the second. And this is hit and hit hard! And it evades the man at mid-on. And not the start that Amandeep Kumar would have wanted. Correction, Mandeep Singh even. Lavai Saini again starts well. And muscles this over the leg side, and it's away for cuatro carreras. And keeper Rushan Singh is going to decide to stand up here. He's going to try and stop Lavai Saini from using those feet and manipulating the bowler. Goes for it again in the leg side. Isn't able to do so. So a good comeback from Mandeep Singh. Trying to almost just nail this into the offside. Good bit of early signs for Rushan Singh, looking like he's on the top of his game this evening. Took that one cleanly well. He had an outstanding bit of keeping in their last game, did Rushan Singh. And I have to say that the quality of wicket keeping has been next to brilliant. When Gorka 11 took on Marlow, I think that it was a stumping of, I think it was Najam Shahzad, the skipper. Rushan Singh was just pulled out a moment of brilliance, really. This is a bottom edge, and he'll come through for 1 run. Lavai Saini looking to be positive early on, and I like this move from the Coimbra Knights. They've obviously got Junai Khan. He's sat with pads on in the dugout at the moment, I can confirm. But I think if they lose early wickets at a constant rate, then he can come in and just settle the ship, really. This one stays low. Panda not getting anywhere near this. It's a dot ball. See, this stays really low. Oh, barely gets above the ankles. But a good take from Rushan Singh once again here in the second over. Looks to play this off the back foot, but it's a good over from Mandeep Singh, just 5 off it, and at the end of the second, the Coimbra Knights 13 for none. And we take a look here at the standings again, just to go ahead and remind you, these two teams sat in 3rd and 4th respectively, Gorka 11 and Coimbra Knights. So 2 victories here for Gorka. They'd go clear in the second spot. They'd be on 10 points, but a victory for the Coimbra Knights in this game. They go level with Gorka, and then another victory in the second, or they'd end up going clear in 3rd position. And Hardeep Singh's going to be held back here, and it's going to be Mandeep Maul. He had a good go of it with the ball last time out, and he's in to the attack early on here. And Lavai Saini looking to go big, but this has been into the sky, and it's a good catch. It's a comfortable catch, really. Did the hard work, made the ground, and Lavai Saini has to go. And the first wicket falls here in the 3rd over. Coimbra Knights 13 for 1. Mandeep Maul straight into the attack and gets a wicket. It was a good catch from the skipper Rushan Singh. He got there, and you can see there's almost a giggle really from his teammates. I think he knew that dive wasn't fully necessary, but it brings him the wicket nonetheless. And I think that's Harvinder Singh, who is coming in at number 3 for the Knights. He's got to face Mandeep Maul, who has taken a wicket with his first delivery in this match. So Coimbra Knights at the moment need 77 off of 47 here in this match. One big over, and it just drags that run rate down, and then they're going to be able to just really nail it for 1s and 2s and hit the odd poor delivery for the boundary that it deserves, and they'll end up finding this chase pretty simple, really. But the key is not to lose early wickets. Good start from Maul. Good first delivery to face up for Harvinder Singh, and he starts with a clip into the leg side for just 1 run. Brings Panda what up on strike. 1 off of 3 for him. Yet to get his boundary account open. Well, that's into the leg side, but there's a man out there. It's Suman Gimidi. And they very cleverly positioned him out on the leg side. He's one of the best fielders in this tournament. And I heard he's one of the best fielders in and around Portugal as well. And they've obviously positioned him out there as they know that that's going to be the target area for the batsman of the Coimbra Knights. And Harvinder Singh looking to prove my point correct, but unable to get a connection onto this one. And once again, the keeper Rushan Singh, he's decided to chuck the helmet on. And he's going to come and stand up to again prevent Harvinder Singh from using his feet. Just sticks in the back of the batsman's mind if you know that there's a keeper there who's able to put you under pressure. This has gone high. It's going to take some catching. It's Parveen Singh who's under it, and he takes it safely. So Harvinder Singh unable to really contribute with the bat. He goes for 1, and another wicket falls here in the third. Second for Mandeep Maul, and the Coimbra Knights now 15 for 2. I think he knew pretty much that it wasn't going to be much of a success for him off the bat. A good catch from Parveen Singh. It went up high, but he set himself and took it pretty comfortably in the end, and he has to go. And another wicket falls here. And there you go. And I like this move. They've set it. They've put the earlier batsman in. They've gone for it early. Hasn't quite paid off. Obviously, the 2 early boundaries for Saini, but they've lost 2 early wickets in the power play, and they've sent in the talisman Janai Khan to join the man on your screen at the moment. Panda, what up? So Janai Khan comes in a different position than normal, comes in at number 4. Played for a number of clubs in Portugal. He's performing well with the bat. He's got 98 runs in this tournament so far. And this is going to be a wide ball down the offside. I think there is going to be a little bit of pressure on Janai Khan now to just stay in for the next 7 and a bit overs or so, really. If he sticks around and everyone bats around him, then I think that they're going to be able to make a serious game out of this one. And this is comfortably played into the offside, and he's off the mark with a single. And at the end of a third, at the end of the power play, Coimbra Knights 17 for 2. So you see there, at the end of the third for Gorka 11, they were 15 for 2. Coimbra Knights 2 runs ahead, 17 for 2. So we're almost neck and neck. I think we're going to be in for a very interesting next 7 overs of cricket. And the new bowler is Imran Khan. Had a good time of it last time out with the ball, but he's got a job to do here as he's got Janai Khan facing him here. And it's a good start from Khan. Starts with the dot ball. Well, this has gone high, and this is coming into the commentary tent. Luckily evades me and the equipment, but Janai Khan takes the attack to Imran Khan, and this is 6 corridas. I thought I was in the firing line there. I stood up from my seat, and well, he put a lot into that, and it sails over at the head of Mandeep Maul, and it's 6 to the total, and Janai Khan gets his account open with a 6. And again, looking to go big into the leg side, but a bit of an inside edge onto the pad off this one. And it's just a dot ball. So a good comeback from Imran Khan. Wow, and this is slashed away into the offside, straight to the fielder. But it's good running. Pandawala was set off pretty quickly and comes through for the single. But good understanding between these two. But good cricket from Junai Khan. And Junai Khan, just for a bit of side information, will be playing in the Kendall Cup. Now, if you don't know what the Kendall Cup is, I'll explain to you just after this delivery. Pandawala tries to go big, but doesn't quite get enough on this one, and it'll just be one into the leg side. But the Kendall Cup is a competition played between cricketers from Porto and Lisbon. And it's been played every single year for, I think it's the last 125 years. I'm going to have to check that one for you. This is hit and hit well. Might just go through the thick grass and it will just be one run. But a good strike from Junai Khan for just the one run. It's been called, I think it's been called a no ball, and it has. And this is interesting here, as they're going to come together. The skipper's going to come along here. I think this might be for the action of Imran Khan. So this is a bit of controversy here. The umpires, I know they've had a conversation. There's been discussions about it between the tournament referee and Madhukar Thapa as well. There you go. There's the skipper on the left-hand side with the blue cap. But there's obviously a discussion going on at the moment. Get able to see that Kitty is just saying, "Charlie, are you safe in that tent?" Looks like something you would see in a horror movie. I certainly am safe, as that one was hit firmly down the ground. So it is going to be a free hit, and it's going to be Pandawala on strike. So he's got a license to go big here. Well, it clatters into the stumps, but obviously doesn't mean that he's out because it was a free hit. So the free hit only cost nothing there. And that brings us to the close of the fourth over. Coimbra Knights 26 for 2. No, more on the Kendall Cup. As obviously that's just a reminder of what's going on as we come to the end of our Italian summer. Only 2 more days of cricket. Can be interesting to see who comes away the victor from the Super Series, and will obviously go on to represent Italy in ECL 2023. But no, the Kendall Cup is a 2-day cricket match. It'll be played this Saturday and Sunday between Lisbon and Porto. And this one might be an outside edge, and I think it is, and this is going to run away. So Junai Khan gets a little bit lucky here. And this is going to be 4 more runs to the total. If you're going to swing hard. He certainly does. This runs away for 4 runs. And more on the Kendall Cup. So, well, in 2011, it was 150 years since then. So what's that? 161 years this year since the first Kendall Cup. I know that Conrad Greenshields is going to be playing in that team for the Lisbon team, as Junai Khan tries to go big again, but isn't able to do so. But I know that also Faf Stoneman is playing in that as well. Same team as Conrad, obviously playing for the same squad in Lisbon. Junai Khan's gone big into the legs offside, but I don't know if he's got all of it. And he has to go. So it's a big wicket, and it's that man again. Mandeep Moore gets the breakthrough, and it's taken by Imran Khan. And Junai Khan has to go. He goes for 13. It's a big, big wicket. Coimbra Knights now 31 for 3. And I think a few questions really have to be asked of Junai Khan, really. Wasn't the most sensible shots. Again, you just say if he can stay in and face a lot of the deliveries, 9 times out of 10, it'd make a interesting matchup between these two. Into the leg side. Isn't hit well enough. We'll go straight to Hardeep Singh. As the new batsman is Manjeet Singh. Obviously had a good time of it with the ball, but he's got a job to do here with the bat. You know, going back to Junai Khan, a little bit disappointed from him really in this innings. He's one of the more experienced with the bat of the Coimbra Knights. I think if he was able to bat all the way through, he obviously would have been able to get his team to close to the total. Oh, Pandawadab is in the air, and it's another catch. And again, another wicket for Mandeep Maul. Things go from bad to worse here for the Coimbra Knights. They lose another 32 for 4. It's a good catch by Rahul Kumar, a man on a very short, fine leg, but Pandawadab has to go. He obviously opened, only faced 7 deliveries, 3 runs for him. Another wicket falls, and we now see the wicket-keeper, James Smallman, makes his way out to the middle. Well, James Smallman taking his time to get out to the middle, but plays his cricket back in the UK. He's got a big job to do here for the Coimbra Knights. 1 delivery left before the halfway mark. There's a bit of a break in play. And this one is down the offside and finishes what is another outstanding over from Mandeep Maul. He finishes with figures of 4 for 9 off of his 2 overs, and at the end of the 5th, at the halfway stage, Coimbra Knights 32 for 4. And it's going to be Mandeep Singh continuing here, and we just saw there at the scorecard a few. Bit of a middle order collapse, really. No one getting going. Manjeet Singh trying to play this into the offside. Starts with a dot ball. Once again, Mandeep Guman into the attack. This is a leg side wide. A good, excellent bit of glove work from Rushan Singh. Again, supporting the idea that, well, this is a simple fact, really, that the standard of keeping in this tournament has been next to amazing, next to brilliant. Girish Singh missing out today with an injury picked up in the warm-up. Well, this stays low, it skids on, and, well, it looked pretty much dead on for me, and Gertu stays in the umpire, agrees with me, and Manjeet Singh has to go, and another wicket falls, and the Coimbra Knights lose their 5th. They are 33 for 5 here in the 6th. Take another look at this one. From my angle, it looked pretty much dead on. It stayed low. Well, the only question there is whether it was slightly impacting outside, but I think for me, it's dead on, really. Manjeet Singh, he has to go for just 1 for him. Another wicket falls, but it brings Akash Kumar to the crease. So I think now might be a good opportunity. Let's have a bit of random question time. If you're on our YouTube chat, do get involved. Send in some random questions to myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. This game looking like Coimbra Knights, well, they did a good early first half, but second half haven't quite come out the way that they wanted to, but Akash Kumar on strike now. Starts well into the offside, and I think this has gone all the way, and it has, and starts off with 6 corridas over the covers for the Coimbra Knights. Bit of a slot delivery wide, given width. It's a hit-me ball, really. And for the first delivery to face, you don't face many easy deliveries. goes again into the leg side, and he's going to split the fielders, and it's going to be another boundary. So consecutive boundary, 6-4. And Coimbra Knights now move into the 40s. Akash Kumar, obviously a batsman we saw coming in earlier in the innings, earlier in this tournament. He's been held back. He's in at number 7. He's gone 10 off of his first 2 deliveries. Just keeping his team in with a bit of a shout here. But go ahead. Do get those questions in. Any questions about anything to do with cricket or around the, or to do with wildlife. And this, there's a bit of a appeal really. It's ended up put down, so there was obviously a nick, but it was put down, and Rushan Singh goes back to standing back. It would have been a regular catch for him. But again, get those questions in. Just myself on commentary duties here. I can see there's obviously a few people in there in the chat, so do get involved. Send some questions in. This is wide and hit well. And Akash Kumar just keeping things alive here for the Coimbra Knights. He hits another boundary, and it's another 4 runs to the total. And Amandeep Guman, not the over that he would have wanted. He got the wicket, but he brought the danger man, really. Akash Kumar into the middle, and he goes for 15 off of his first over. And at the 6th over mark, the Coimbra Knights 47 for 5. There you go, Mandeep Moore, outstanding figures, 4 for 9 off of his 2 overs. Love Moment certainly saying it's game on. I think it is. 43 needed off of 24 now. That run rate just under 11. Smallman here got a little bit unlucky in the first game. Got given a dismissal that, upon reflection, might have been a little bit hard done by, but it wasn't an easy dismissal, that's for sure. Part of the game. And Imran Khan continues here. Driven well. And James Smallman is off the mark with a single. Akash Kumar, he obviously hit 31 up against the Marla Kalanas on the first evening. He's obviously a capable batsman. This into the leg side, but there is a man now on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Mandeep Moore does the work, just the 1 run. But again, an interesting piece of information. Obviously, Tyrone Peters making his way out to Germany for the FanCode European Cricket Series. Smallman tries to get on the scoop. Interesting shot. Fine leg is in the ring. So it would obviously take a little bit to get over him. But this time misses everything, and it's a wide ball down the leg side. It's another no ball. And I think there's going to be another conversation between the skipper, Madhukar Thapa, and the bowler and the on-field official of Conrad Greenshoes. Obviously, he's got Tyrone Peters in his ear, who will be giving him a bit of information on what to do here. I think the issue is the action of Imran Khan, and the second official, Garth Oosthuizen, makes his way over as well. You take another look here. It's his action, really. At the point of release, it's the elbow. It's a controversial topic. I know no matter what I was to say here on commentary, then it would have changed a few opinions, but I think when it comes to things like these, you've either got one outview or a different outlook on these things. But it's a free hit, and Kumar 15 off 16 at the moment. He's got a big opportunity to contribute here. Well, it's a good delivery again from Khan. Again on the free hit. The ball clatters into the stumps. This was right on the money on the Yorker length, so a good comeback. Right on the Yorker length and clatters into the stumps. So the no ball doesn't. No ball doesn't cost him anything. This is down the leg side and it'll be another wide. So not quite the consistency that is wanted from the Gorka 11 skipper. Tap out from his bowler here. Just obviously having a few issues with a few different things and just getting into his own head here really. Wow, this is hit into the offside. There's a man under it, but he's not going to matter as it sails over the head of Manjeet Singh. And Akash Kumar again goes big, and this is 6 corridas into the offside. This man is keeping the Coimbra Knights alive here. And this time, Imran Khan gets the breakthrough. So a good comeback and a big wicket of Akash Kumar has to go. 21 off of 9. He's kept his team in it. Tries to attack this, comes down the track. Bit of an unnecessary shot really. Just hit and dispatch the bowler for 6. But he chops on. And another wicket goes, and the Coimbra Knights now 59 for 6. So the opening bowler, Deep Josan, comes in at number 8 now. He's got a big job on his hands. James Smallman has only faced 2 deliveries. He's been in the crease for quite a while. Faces up well, and this is hit well into the offside. And he picks up where Akash Kumar left off. And Deep Josan gets off the mark with a glorious cover drive for 4 runs. It's a full toss. Does get a bit of movement. But this is punished through the offside for 4 runs. Another boundary. And at the end of the 7th, the Coimbra Knights 63 for 6. And at this point, after the 7th over, the Gorka 11 were 58 for 3 after 7. So things are looking very, very close here. And we, again, just go back to the schedule for over the next couple of weeks. We start off for our little mini German break. 4 weeks in Germany starting on Monday on the 1st of August. We start in Dresden, then we make our way to Krefeld. Obviously, we were in Krefeld a few months ago for the Tri-Series. And then we're off to Belgium for 2 weeks. I'll be alongside Vinny Sandu covering the games for that one. But then we go to Malaga, the Khartoum Oval, for 5 weeks of ECC action. But Hardeep Singh back into the attack. James Smallman into the leg side. And will just be 1 run. So there you go. 26 now off of 17 deliveries. Deep Josan on strike. 4 off of 1 for him. My only concern is if he tries to go too big, too early on. Doesn't need to attack every delivery. Not every ball has to go for a boundary. Steps away. And Hardeep Singh just sticks to his line. Out of the reach of Josan, and it's a dot ball. You're going to be given a delivery that's hittable. Not every ball has to go. So I think if you're given the opportunity, just get 1s and 2s. No, dot balls are gold dust for Gorka 11 here. Well, that's going to be, well, it was going to be another one, but they're going to come through for a bye. But it's good bowling again from Hardeep Singh. Rushan Singh unable to prevent that one from falling through. And they come through for a bye. But dot balls really are gold dust for Gorka here. You can see at this stage they are 4 runs ahead now, and obviously they were 3 wickets in hand. So just ahead at this point, but a couple of boundaries will really change this game. They can all hit a long ball, can the Coimbra Knights? And boy, do they need it now. Looks to get on. Well, there's a bit of mix-up here. And that's clever running from these two. It's a leg side wide. It's a good take from Rushan Singh, but he was a little bit too happy with the fact that he was able to take the ball. He was an attempted scoop from Smallman. It's not the first time we've seen him attempt this one here. It's a difficult decision, but it's been given wide. And they ended up coming through for a sneaky bite. So keeping in this game, 25 off of 15 now. 23 off of 15, I should say. And goes big into the offside. Straight down the ground. And it's 6 corridas. Well, that's certainly going to help proceedings here for the Coimbra Knights. It's a slot delivery from Hardeep Singh. And well, that bye proves costly, as Deep Josan goes big back over the head of the bowler. So there you go. They're almost neck and neck, really. 3 runs in it. It's now 17 required off of 14. That boundary, that 6 changes the game here into the leg side. They're going to come through for the single, and that's good cricket from the Coimbra Knights, and the 2 out in the middle. Good understanding between these two. As there's just a little bit of an issue with the scorecard on your screens at the moment, as there was a bit of a mix-up obviously with what happened in the over bat. James Smallman on strike now. It's a good delivery from Hardeep Singh. Bit of a stare down. I like to see that. Bit of animosity in at the end of the 8th over. The Coimbra Knights are 68 for 6. Well, James Stewart saying he's off. James, how could you leave at this point? Teams are almost neck and neck with 2 overs to go. How could you leave now? There is a pause in play just to make sure as we catch up on the scoring. So it's just a wait in play, as in a game like this, want to make sure that the scores are as they should be. But I can tell you that we've certainly got an interesting game on our hands here, as I make it 22 off of the next 2 overs for victory. 21 for a golden ball, obviously. Many apologies for the delay at the moment. Just building tension here on the European Cricket Network. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here in Portugal. We've got a tight game here. Match 17 looks like we could be going to the last in the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And again, a huge thank you to everybody who has joined the chat. But we certainly have an interesting game on our hands. There is just a pause in plate for the scores to be added up. Make sure we're at the right area. If they don't add up, then obviously we could have a bit of controversy. So we just make sure we're getting everything correct. Gives us an opportunity to say a very warm welcome to Shrug in the chat as well. And well, don't forget, you can follow us on all of our social networks. There was a little video that went up, I think it was yesterday, of what it's like to be a European Cricket Network commentator. It was a day in the life of myself. So that was posted on our Instagram and on our Twitter, as we're ready to get underway here in the 9th. It's an outside edge. It's going to fly away. It runs away off the outside edge of the bat, and it goes all the way. And it's 4 runs and 4 welcome runs to the Coimbra Knights. They just require 12 for victory now. So things coming down to the wire. This is an inside edge, and they'll come through for another single. So now 11 required off of 11 deliveries. James Smallman now the man on strike. Again, do apologise for the lack of on-screen graphics. This is hit into the leg side. Early call of 2. They're not going to take it on, and you certainly don't want to take on the arm of Suman Gimidi. Hasn't come on to bowl in this game. I think we're up to date now. Many apologies once again, but we're back underway with the on-screen graphic. Good delivery from Mandeep Singh. Bit of a quicker delivery, this one. And again, a good slower delivery. But Ushan Singh unable to take this cleanly, much to the upset of Mandeep Singh, and they come through for a bye. Kirsty just saying she's here. I think she means she's at the ground. I think I can see it. And this one just, well, it's unlucky for Gorka 11 there, as that one took a horrible bounce. Good delivery from Mandeep Singh. And that one brings us to the end of the 9th. And the Coimbra Knights is going to go to the final over here. Many apologies again. Just having a few technical issues with the on-screen graphics. We will have a break in play just to get everything ready, obviously going into this final over, as we get to take a look at, well, there was a bit of news breaking earlier this week. We are flicking the switch to prime time, and the European Cricket Championship will be under lights, so we'll be able to be prime time not only in the continent of Europe but also out in India as well. And we'll be starting, the first match will start at the 9:30 GMT and 11:30 Central European time, 3 o'clock in India, and then we run all the way through to 5:30 is the final game. 7:30 in Central Europe and 11 o'clock in India. So again, there is another pause, as we've just had a few issues with the scoring, and there is going to be a bit of a delay, so many apologies. But it's a good opportunity. If you've got some random questions before we get into the final over of match number 17, get them in the chat. We are just going to have a bit of a break in play, so certainly get some questions in to keep us entertained. And well, I wonder if anyone's got that tingling feeling. Don't know if the robot's in, but if he is, get the poll going. Again, sincere apologies for the delay in this game. Just adds to the drama, adds to the tension here on the European Cricket Network. And well, what an innings this has been. They changed things up, did the Coimbra Knights. Lavai Saini and Panawadat were the openers. They held Janai Khan back. He ended up coming in at 4. He ended up coming in at 4 to Janai Khan. And he only made 13 for 9, but the middle order towards the tail, Vikash Kumar and Deep Joshan at the moment have really been doing it. Vikash Kumar, 21 off of just 9 deliveries, 2 4s and 2 6s for him. And also we go again. I do apologise for the delay. It's out of my control. Sometimes the issues with technology, a little bit temperamental. But I think we're almost back up to date. Slowly getting there. But this is building tension. And it will be Amandeep Guman to bowl the final over of this match, match 17. Well, there you go. At the moment, we've had 23 matches without a golden ball. Not as much as what we were waiting for last time. It was 405 that we were waiting for before we had one on Sunday. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in this over. Deep Josan, he's going to be on strike. We're slowly getting up to date, so we're only a matter of moments away. Only a matter of wait until we get back underway. And interestingly, the keeper, Rushan Singh, he's going to be standing up to Amandeep Guman. He's done so in the last game. But I think we're almost ready. So I can confirm that the Coimbra Knights, they require 9 for victory off of the last over. 9 off of 6. They're at 2 hits away, and it's going to be Amandeep Guman. We're ready to get underway finally for the final over. And this just pops up off a length, off the splice of the bat, and they come through for 1 run. There's a serious nervous energy around the ground. Obviously a lot of Coimbra Knights fans in the clubhouse. And the Coimbra Knights dugout. No one's standing still. This stays low. Smallman unable to do much there. There's a bit of a smile. This one skids on low. And it's now 8 off of 4 deliveries. Gets bad on ball. Important. Gets a single. And he gets Deep Jasan on strike. I think that's good cricket from Smallman. He knows he's struggling with the bat, really. He isn't able to get a boundary. But he gets the single. And he gets Deep Jasan on strike. So 7 required for victory off of 3. Goes big into the offside, and that's going to go 1 bounce, 4 runs, so that certainly helps the total. But this game is certainly not over yet, as it's now 3 required off of 2. And well, the tingling is certainly going. Kitty saying she's getting a tingle, and that one was just 1 bounce 4. So 3 off of 2 now required. This is going to be 1. So they're going to come through and he's going to hold on. So, well, it comes down to this. Gorkha 11, obviously, they were involved in the previous Golden Ball only a few days ago. And with 1 delivery remaining, they need 2 for victory, 1 for a Golden Ball. It's all happening here in Portugal, ladies and gentlemen. So, 2 for victory. 1 for a Golden Ball, and it's Smallman on strike. Well, we're just about to get underway. There's a pause in play as we want to change things up. So here we go. It's Amandeep Guman. 2 runs for win. 1 for a Golden Ball. Smallman on strike. And it's going to come through, and it's a close if it's a direct hit, and they come through for a single. And I think we've got another Golden Ball on our hands. Well, we waited 405 games for a Golden Ball. We got one on Sunday. And we've only had to wait, I think it's 23 we see here. It was a Smallman just had to turn and go. And a miss and a direct hit, he would have been gone by a long way. But it's 1 run. And I think we've got a Golden Ball. Well, there you go. I think that's the confirmation we need. Hardeep Singh, he's getting the jumping jacks in. And I think we have got another Golden Ball here in Portugal. And it is going to be a Golden Ball. So, there we go. The Golden Ball tiebreaker in the event of a tie. The match is decided by a Golden Ball. The batting team needs 2 or more runs to win. Otherwise, the fielding team wins. Gorka 11. Well, they're coming off the back. Well, they haven't got a good track record of a golden ball. They lost to the Lisbon Capitals on a golden ball on Sunday in the 3rd game of that day. But we've got another one. We didn't have to wait for 405 matches this time. So here we go. On strike is going to be Deep Josan. He's 22 off of 12. And Hardeep Singh will be bowling for the Gorka 11. And what a game this has turned out to be. We had a delay due to an issue on our end, but that just only added to the tension. And we just wonder, obviously, there's a few controversial calls. Obviously, the no balls of Imran Khan, the wide. But that is obsolete here, as it has come down to this. We've got a golden ball. Hardeep Singh is not, well, he was ready to get underway, but we're not. There's a little bit of a delay just to make sure everything is correct. But again, thank you to everybody for joining in and watching, whether you're on our YouTube channel, the European Cricket Network, or you're watching on FanCode in India. You've been treated to a European Cricket Network special here. Once again, the Coimbra Knights, they chased down 89. We're not quite ready to get underway. And there is a delay, as you can see. Gertus Tazen just saying, we're not quite ready. But, well, there you go. We waited so long. We waited 405 matches for the first one. We got one. We broke the curse in Portugal. And they're just like London buses. Once you get one, they all arrive at the same time. We've got another one here. And there we go. The Coimbra Knights need 2 runs off of 1 ball. And we're ready to get underway. It's Hardeep Singh for the Gorka 11. And Josan on strike. And they come through for a single. And the Gorka 11 have done it. They have done it. I have to gather my words. Gorka 11 have done it this time. They were on the wrong end of a golden ball earlier in this tournament, but they've come through this time. And Hardeep Singh holds his nerve. Deep Josan unable to get any bat on this one. And Rushan Singh keeps his calm. And they come through. James Warman was there already. He did what he had to do as a non-striker. He was signaling, just keep going. But Gorka 11 win on the golden ball. And what a match we've just seen. A huge thank you to everybody for tuning in. There's plenty of entertainment here on the European Cricket Network. There's still handshakes all round, which is always good to see. The skipper, Chris Redhead, gracious in defeat as always. As we take a look at the highlights. Well, there's that man. Little did he know it that 45 minutes later he would be winning the game for his team in a golden ball. And it started off well. There's a change in tactics from the Coimbra Knights. There was a change at the top. Lavai Saini coming in alongside Panda Waddup, and Saini went well. 2 boundaries for him. And then this one just went sky high, and it was a good take from the keeper, Rushan Singh. And he had to go 10 off 10. And they held back Junaid Khan. They sent in Arvinder Singh in at number 3. He could only contribute 1 run to the total. And he had to go. And then Junaid Khan, he hit some big shots. He had a 4 and a 6 in his innings, 13 off of 9. And well, when he got out, I just wondered if that was the game for Coimbra Knights. But they were backed up and supported by some outrageous hitting. Numbers 7 and 8 for the Coimbra Knights were the saviours, really. Akash Kumar coming in at number 7. He went for 21 off of only 9 deliveries. 2 4s and 2 6s to his name. And Deep Josan coming in at number 8. 22 off of 12. However, unable to get the game over for the Coimbra Knights, as they ended up losing on the golden ball. But congratulations to the Gorka 11. They were on the wrong side of a golden ball on Sunday. But this time, negotiated this one well. Selected the correct bowler for the golden ball, and Hardeep Singh was able to prevent this from going away for any more runs in the golden ball when he defended the 2. And they ended up winning on that golden ball. We see here Imran Khan, well, there was a bit of controversy, wasn't there? No balls were called. There's a bit of an issue with his action. And well, those no balls ended up being costly for the Gork 11, but in the grand scheme of things, they won't mind too much as they end up taking the victory. The scores were tied after 10 overs, both teams reaching 89 off of their 10 overs, but the Gork 11 taking the victory. And well, there you go. That's Akash Kumar. He went, and then in came Deep Josan, and Deep Josan carried on where he picked up where Akash Kumar left off. That was his first delivery. Creaned through the offside, through the covers, and it was 4 runs to the total. And then Hardeep Singh came in, and he was dispatched back over his head by that man again, Deep Josan. And then we eventually, in the final over, this one flew over off the outside edge, and you just wondered that the way that the game had gone, that luck was really in the hands of Coimbra Knights. It wasn't meant to be. There was a grand total. There was a 6 wicket for in the over, and well, that was it. That was the final delivery. They needed 2 for victory. They only got the 1, and then this was it. This was the golden ball, and Hardeep Singh kept his nerve. Josan unable to get any bat on this one, and they came through for just the 1 run. And the Gorka 11 took the victory. Well, what a game we had here in match number 17. And in the end of this game, the Gorka 11 taking the victory after we had to yet again go through the excitement of a golden ball here on the European Cricket Network. But don't go anywhere. The excitement continues. Both these teams will meet again in around 40 minutes or so. And well, I'm going to need a break. I need to go and catch my breath, take a drink of water, and reset myself, as we'll be coming back in 40 minutes or so for match number 18 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal, alongside myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good evening and welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Marano do Corvo. You join myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network as we're about to get match number 18 underway, and we're just coming off the back of an exceptional game of cricket in match number 17, where we saw the second golden ball of this tournament. We had to wait 405 for the first one in over 3 months, but we've got two in the Portuguese on the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And we're going to see the two teams battle it out once again. The Coimbra Knights once again have elected to field first here in match number 18. And no surprise, we're going to see Janai Khan opening the bowling for the Coimbra Knights. Had a good first game with figures of outstanding figures of 2 for 7 off of his 2 overs in the first game. He got this man, Suman Gimini. He's on strike. But again, a warm welcome to everybody around the world, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, the European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on FanCode in India, as we're just about ready to get underway with Janai Khan for the Coimbra Knights. And starts with a wide down leg side, and James Smallman unable to get there. So we start with 5 wides down the leg side, classic European style. Good early signs of swing though, hooping delivery from Janai Khan. I don't think he was expecting it to swing that much, but this one flew all the way down the leg side. And a welcome back to Kitty Hunley in the chat. A very good evening to you, watching from the States, I believe. Well, this is on the money this time from Janai Khan. A good comeback. Right off the toe of the bat of Suman Gimini, and it's a dot ball. So this time, gets this one right. Not the start that Khan would have wanted. He's a very talented man in this game that we call cricket. Both with bat and ball. He's got a job to do with the ball first on here. And this is pushed into the offside, straight to Pandawada, who's had a change of shoes. And it's the first runs off the bat, a single to Gimini. And it brings Imran Khan on strike, who had a few issues with the ball with his action, but he also had a few issues with the bat, so not the best of games in the match number 17. Got a golden duck. You can see if he can go one better here in match number 18. Well, he almost does it. This is an outstanding delivery from Janai Khan, hooping all over the place. Just back of a length. There's a smile on his face. There always is. He's a very happy man. This one just flies outside the edge of Khan. Tucks him up completely. It's another wide down the leg side. So Janai Khan just getting a little bit of extra lateral movement through the air in match number 18 early on. Obviously interesting to see that the Coimbra Knights once again electing to field, obviously coming off of the back of a disappointing defeat in a golden ball. Spoke to the skipper in the halfway break. He said, well, there's not much you can really do. It's a 50-50 chance, and we just got the wrong 50. And Imran Khan looks to go big. There's a bit of an appeal. Not to any success. Obviously the on-field umpires are once again Conrad Greenshields alongside Gert Oosthuizen, but we've got a change in the tournament referee as Tyrone Peters is on his way to Germany. Suleiman Saeed from Italy has come into the crew here, and Imran Khan strong into the leg side, gets off the mark with a single down to long on. That's fielded by Manjeet Singh. Again, if you are watching on our YouTube channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button so we edge closer towards that 300,000 subscriber mark. If we do, whenever we reach it, if I'm in Portugal and Vinny and Rico are still in Italy, there'll be an ice bucket challenge. We all agreed to it. This one doesn't get any swing, and it's another wide. So not really the most positive starts for Janai Khan in this first over. Just struggling to get his line and length spot on, as we normally see him do so in the first over. 9 off this over so far. The good delivery to end the over. So 9 off the first. Gorka 11, 9 for none. Goes for a big swing into the offside. And Suman Gimity, he struggled in the middle stages of this tournament. Obviously had a good start, scoring an unbeaten half century. Take a look at the bat versus ball wall. Gimity, he's been a real key part of the Gorka 11, normally getting up to around that 195 area or around the 90 mark. Obviously they got an 89 in the first game. Both teams got 89 in the first games. But I think for the Coimbra Knights, you can see their average runs against is what hurts them. But we're going to see Gurjit Singh bowling the second over here. Starts off with a wide outside the offside, and obviously a bit of team news. No Deep Josan in this game. So he obviously, as we've seen many times, and obviously you have to remember, has to go for other commitments. And this is another wide down the offside, as signalled by Gertrude Stazen. So Gurjit Singh gets an opportunity to open at the second over, but not the start that he would have wanted. 2 wides early on. A warm welcome to Kitty, alongside many others in the chat as well. Do get your thoughts and queries, and I do enjoy this. It's slapped and slapped hard, but I don't think he's quite got all of it. Janai Khan is going to come round and eventually puts the brakes on and keeps it to just the 1. And obviously Suman Gimity, 65 not out against Gamblers in one of the earlier matches in this tournament. Originating from Nepal. Well, that's going to certainly help his confidence. This is short from Gurjit Singh, and it's slapped over the infield, and it goes all the way. 6 corridas here in Portugal. Not really the start in this over that Gurjit Singh would have wanted. It's too short, too wide. Stand and deliver stuff, really. And Suman Gimity is looking promising here. What's all he needs to do? Just needs to punish the poor ball. And going for 1 too many there. Doesn't get this one right at all. So the man coming in for the Coimbra Knights is Pedro Madeira. Well, this is better, and it's straight to the man, and he has to go. So a good comeback from Gurjit Singh. This time on a better back of a good length. And he gets the breakthrough. It's a good catch by the man in the covers. And Suman Gimity has to go. And Gorka 11, they find themselves 18 for 1 in the second. So an early wicket falling brings in the main man with the bat over the last few games for Gorka 11. Brings Rahul Kumar 32 off of 24 in match number 17 earlier this evening. He comes to the crease once again earlier on in the innings than he would really ideally like. He makes his way. He's obviously got his eye in. There's a good catch from Akash Kumar. Obviously, well, he hit a pretty decent few amount of runs. He ended up contributing enough to get his team towards that golden ball. But unfortunately, Deep Josan wasn't able to get it over the line. But the Coimbra Knights, they'll be up for this one. They'll be wanting revenge.
That's good, that's good.
And how crazy is it? No golden ball for nearly 5 weeks of action in Italy. And we're here in Portugal for a week and we get 2. This starts down, and James Smallman does well, manages to get a pad on this one. The outstretched leg, left leg. Can't get my words out today. But the outstretched left leg of James Smallman prevents this from going any further. Almost could have been going onto his helmet. Interestingly, he's opting for the helmet rather than the face guard this time round. Oh, this is off something. We're not too sure what, but it's going to run away. It's off the bat, giving us runs. And Rahul Kumar off the mark with a boundary. Again, not the right line or length, really, from Gurjit Singh. So a mixed bag from him. He goes for 1 for 13 off of his first over. And at the end of the second, Gorka 11, 22 for 1. And it's going to be Junai Khan to continue. So probably stats-wise, one of his worst first overs. Take a look at the standings. Well, that game just widens the gap between third and fourth. Gorka go 4 clear points now. 4 points clear. To continue here, live action. And Imran Khan just drags this into the leg side. So it brings the left-handed Rahul Kumar on strike now. And obviously the left-handed right-hand combination just changes a few things, make things a little bit confusing for the Coimbra Knights. And eventually, after a lot of arms wailing in the air, field is set. We're ready to get back underway. Rahul Kumar on strike. Clipped into the leg side, but clipped well. There was a mix-up at one end. He hit it too well, really. Good work from Gurjit Singh. Keeps it to a dot ball, and a good start for Khan here in his second over. Well, this one popping up off a length. There's an appeal, and he's given. Well, there was appeals from all around the ground. If you're a Coimbra Knights fan, the bell rings. And one of the main batsmen for the Gorka 11, Rahul Kumar, has to go, caught behind. Gorka 11 now 23 for 2. And Junai Khan gets his first wicket in this game. Just took a little tickle of the glove. As it made his way through. It popped off of a length. And another catch for Smallman behind the stumps. And Kumar has to go. And the 2 big wickets, 2 early wickets gone.
I'm an athlete, it doesn't mean I've got to do all the running, you know? Got nobody out at the moment, you Ned? Who do you want out? Might as well put Jimmy out.
So the new batsman to the crease makes his way. Manjeet Singh. Bit of a promotion here. Normally bats towards the lower order. But he's got an opportunity here coming in at number 4. We didn't see him bowl in the first game, so interestingly he might be in as more of a batsman. Good to see he's been given an opportunity. He's got a good allotment of overs that he can bat out here. 7.5 overs remaining. 45 balls left in this innings already. And he starts well, just played with soft hands into the offside. It'll be just the 1 run. And a good afternoon, good evening to Chris Smith. Hope you're well. And again, it was a privilege to bring you the commentary on the second golden ball of the tournament. Brings the opener Imran Khan back on strike. Yet to get his boundary account open yet. This is going to be a wide delivery on the offside. Junai Khan, not quite himself here really with the ball. He struggled with the bat in recent times. Obviously had a good start, but he's struggled recently and might just be taking a little bit of an effect on him here, as his bowling isn't quite up to the usual standard we've been coming to expect from him. Well, this one dips. It's a big appeal. Oh dear. Well, luckily I think he's okay. He's taken this one like a champ. I think he's okay. He's still got a smile on his face. You can never wipe the smile off his face. We'll take a look at... Oh, there was everything happening here. It was a slower delivery. It dipped like crazy. And it's not an easy call. There's a lot going on. Well, he came through for the single. He got the 1 run. And then this one... Well, luckily you can laugh about it now, but he's okay. And at the end of all that, it's a dot ball. And this is an inside edge, and this time they will come through. And that brings us to the end of the third. At the end of the power play, Gorka 11, 27 for 2. So after 3 overs, 26 for 2. It's going to be Imran Khan still on strike. Again, yet to get his account open yet. 4 off of 7 for him. We're going to see Manjeet Singh now. Bowled well in the first game, didn't he? 3 for 14 off of his 2 overs. They need a good spell from him again here. This is an outside edge, and it's a good attempt. I think that's Pedro Madeira. He's like a leaping salmon. Wasn't able to take it one-handed, but it's a good stop nonetheless. And it's just the 1 run to the total. Manjeet Singh straight into the action. Thick outside edge, and well, it was a good attempt, it has to be said. It's just 1 run. Well, it's another one, and the side's against it. And this time they'll come through for another single. So Manjeet Singh causing issues early on here for the Gorka 11 batsman. See here, again on a good line and length. Asking the right questions is Manjeet Singh early on. Into the leg side, and this is clipped off the hip. This will run away, but it's good bit of fielding by Zaman out in the deep. Keeps it to just 2. There's a dive, and he takes one on there. It's all happening here in match number 18. I think he's okay, just needs to adjust his pad. Take another look. It's a good shot off the hip. But again, well fielded by MD Zaman. Shabanan keeping a close eye. Comes through it. Don't really think the dive was necessary, and then takes one on his leg, I think. But he's okay. He's up and he's ready to go. This time, lets this one go, and it's going to be a leg side wide, and a signal by the umpire, Gert Oosthuizen. But obviously, sending our best wishes to Tyrone as he makes his way towards Germany for Dresden for next week's series. Oh, and this one beating the bat. Good comeback from Manjeet Singh. And getting this one wrong again. So Manjeet Singh just struggling a little bit here. It's been a tidy over until the 2 wides. Oh, this is a bottom edge, and it evades the diving Smallman, and it's going to run away towards the boundary. And things go from bad to worse as Manjeet Singh struggling with his line and length. This one gets it right, but it gets a little tickle of the bat of Imran Khan, and it runs away, and it's 4 runs.
Pedro, just go around 5. Looky, Vicky, come on, heads up, guys.
Into the leg side, doesn't quite get all of it. Chennai Khan will come through. They want 2, just the 1. I think that's one thing that's just been missing in this tournament, really, is those first runs haven't really been being pushed hard enough. I think that might be a reason why we have scores below the 100. And after 4, Gorka 97, 37 obviously for 2. And we're back to the usual schedule tomorrow. We have 4 games in Italy, so we've obviously got through the postponed matches earlier on in the week for the Cricket Stars, and we're back to normal. So Gina Brescia They'll be taking on Roma CC in matches 17 and 18, and then matches 19 and 20 will be the Cricket Stars taking on Fresh Tropical. That starts at 6:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European Time, and 12 o'clock if you're in India. So do tune in for those. And Zaman's into the attack. Oh, and it's a good attempt from Gurjit Singh. He manages to get a hand on it, but he doesn't quite get enough on this one, and it goes all the way, and it's 6 corridas. It's a slot delivery. Hit well from Khan down the ground. And this is going to be 6 runs. It was just a little bit of a pause just to make sure, but it certainly was 6 runs as signalled eventually by Conrad. And it's a good start here for Imran Khan. And the 6 pushes him off his line and length. And they'll come through comfortably for a single. There's Zaman just struggling early on here. And this is clipped and clipped well. Not well enough though. There's a man out there. Manjeet Singh keeps this to just the 1. And Imran Khan, I think he's copped another one there. He's in the wars a little bit, is Imran. But he's okay. Moves on to 20 now. This is big into the leg side, and Imran Khan pounces on the opportunity. This is a big over, and it's 6 runs into the leg side. And interestingly enough, as you see here, this time pulls his length back, but it's right in the arc. 2 straight from Zaman. And Imran Khan moves on to 24 for just 14 deliveries now. It's a good comeback. Just sliding down leg, says Conrad Greenshields. But a good comeback nonetheless. You take another look from Zaman. Stays low. It's a good call from Conrad Greenshields. And into the leg side. There's 2 men out there. They'll converge, and it's Labai Saini, and they'll keep it to just the 1. But that's good work in the deep. Good pressure. They were calling for 2, but he wasn't. He was there to match it, and keep it to just 1 run. Manjeet Singh, 3 off of 3 for him. Obviously, promotion to number 4. Nice. It's going to be a wide down the leg side, and they'll come through for just the 1 run as well. So this over, not yet over. This isn't the same Coimbra Knights that we saw in the first game, has to be said. Just seems a little flat at the moment. Well, this has gone high in the air, and I don't know if it's going to go all the way, and it has. It clears the boundary, and it's a big, big over. 24 off it, and it's another 6 corridas into the boundary. It's a slot delivery from Zaman again. Bit of a Gandhi ball, and it gets the treatment, and it goes all the way. So a big, big over. 24 off it, and at the end of the 5th at the halfway stage, Gorka 11. Pretty comfortable, 61 for 2. Manjeet Singh continues into his 2nd over. 11 off of his 1st over, and he starts off with just the single.
Stop the gate.
Come on, Knights, let's keep it tight. Pressure, no easy runs, boys, no easy runs, come on.
And it brings Imran Khan back on strike. 31 off of 17 for him. He'll be looking to bat out the rest of, or the second half of this game, and get his team up to at least a par total. Well bowled by Manjeet Singh. And it will be just the dot ball. And goes for the big swing, does Imran Khan. Doesn't get this one right. But this is a good early start to the over for Manjeet Singh here in his second. Good slower delivery, but it's picked by Imran Khan and just pushed into the offside and will just be one run. Manjeet Singh wants a second. But Imran Khan turns around and says, no, not for me. We'll just keep it to the one. Down the leg side, but it's put down. And they'll eventually come through for a single. It's put down by Harvinder Singh. And Manjeet Singh gets another life. It's a wide ball down the leg side, straight to him. Tried to parry it up for himself, but wasn't able to do so. And so things go from bad to worse here for the Coimbra Knights. One delivery left in this over. Imran Khan goes into the leg side. Should just be the one. He'll keep the strike for the next over. And at the end of the sixth, Gorka 11, 65 for 2. But a good note over nonetheless. Just the 4 off it. You see here some stats of the bowlers at the moment. Obviously Zaman, well, he went the distance, nearly 24 off of his 1 over. Imran Khan took a liking to his bowling. Just too much slot deliveries really. We're going to see, well, I know there's a few fans of this man out in the world. Panda Waddup is going to be coming into the attack. Bit of leg spin. Certainly calls himself a part-time leg spinner. The skipper's calling for it. Said it's Panda time. Can he produce a stellar over here to get his team back into this game? Well, that's not going to help. That's into the leg side. And it goes all the way. Seis corridas into the leg side. And Imran Khan, he's looking comfortable at the crease at the moment. He moves on to 39. Panawad too short really. Sits up. He's got another go here. And it's again into the leg side. There's a man there. He's lost it. He doesn't know where it's gone. But it's 1 bounce 4. And it's another boundary. And Imran Khan moves into the 40s. And things at the moment just a little bit flat out in the middle for the Coimbra Knights. This time it's through the offside. And this is going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. And it's another boundary. So that's 14 off of the first 3 deliveries here. And things just need to be lifted at the moment for Coimbra Knights here. This stays low and it's a bottom edge and they'll come through and it will just be 1 run. So a break from the boundaries. And Imran Khan moves on to 44. This is short and punished into the leg side. Panda feeding up a Gundy ball and it's another 6 runs. And this over's already gone for 21. There's 1 ball remaining in the over. And Chris Redhead just looks around, looking for a solution to try and prevent this flow of runs. I think we're going to be needing a new ball, as that one looks like it's lost over the back of the stand. There you go, Chris Redhead having a conversation with Panda. Panda Wallop certainly doesn't describe himself as a bowler. He says he's more of a part-timer, really. He's getting a bit of punishment here. He's got one delivery to face. This is darted in, and it's a good comeback. But it might be a little bit too late, and at the end of an expensive over, 21 from it. Gork 11 at the end of 7 are 86 for 2. And, well, you take a look here at what's coming up tomorrow. Gork 11, they'll be back again. Tomorrow we'll see the Lisbon Capitals take on the Gork 11 in matches 19 and 20. So it's the return of the 2 original first golden ballers here in this tournament. They'll be going again at it at 4 o'clock European time. 4 o'clock GMT, sorry, 6 o'clock Central European time, and 9:30 in India. And the skipper is taking things into his own hands. Chris Redhead makes his way into the attack for the 8th over. And this is into the leg side by Imran Khan, and well watched by Junaid Khan, and it will just be 1 run. Brings Manjeet Singh on strike. And this is turned into the leg side, turned around the corner, picked up by Harvinder Singh, will just be 1 run. Unfortunately gets the danger man back on strike. He only needs 1 run for his half century now. And he goes hard. And it's straight into the combox. So I'm under fire here. And what a way to bring up the half century for Imran Khan. Obviously taking a liking. Almost tries to take me out. Misses me by a matter of inches. But it's a huge 6 down the ground. That's the first one. It's taken a week, but we've had one. And I live to see another day. And this is just played into the offside for a single. And cricket's a funny game, isn't it? First game gets a golden duck. Comes back in the second game of the evening. And he's already on to 56. Oh, this stays low, and he does well just to get a little tickle on this one. And it runs away, and it's another boundary. Things just not going the Knights' way at the moment. And it's another 4 runs to the total. So 1 left in the over. Things just not going the Knights' way at the moment. It's a different Knights to what we saw in the first game in the field. And into the leg side. Doesn't quite get all of this. The man will come round and it will just be 1 run. So a good end to the over. 14 off it. Another tidy over if you're a Gorka 11 fan. And at the end of the 8th, Gorka 100 for 2. Under fire for the first time in this tournament. And there you go. The Worm on a constant rise. It was a bit of a slow start in the second and third over, but really from the 4th, it's always been on the up. As Gurjit Singh makes his way back into the attack now, into the frame of things. It's a good start from Gurjit Singh. Just missing the top of the stumps. It's an interesting look there. I can tell you it did just miss the stumps. And this is hard into the leg side, but straight to the man, and it's just 1 run to Junaid Khan. Down the track. This has gone high. No one putting a name on it. Panda's underneath it. He doesn't get there. It wasn't an easy chance, really. There was 4 of them really converging. Take another look. It went so high off the bat of Imran Khan. He lives another day. It's had snow on it as it came down. You see there, all 4 of them swirling in the wind. Obviously, it's a strong breeze here today. And Manjeet Singh just plays this into the offside. And it's just 1 run to Akash Kumar out on the offside boundary.
Come off, isn't it? Or not? Dooley's gone.
This one skids through and just misses. And they're going to come through for a bye. And things just not going Coimbra's way at the moment, really. It's a good delivery. Just misses the leg stump. So unlucky. But it's good running from Manjeet Singh. Calls him through early for the single. And this time he will get the wicket. So Manjeet Singh trying to play this into the leg side. But he gets wiped up completely. And Gurjit Singh gets his second. And it's the 3rd wicket to fall. Gorkha 11. 103 for 3. And a good evening to Gurjit Singh, obviously out of the team due to an injury. This one just clips the top of the leg stump. Just clips the bails, and the new batsman makes his way to the crease. Mandeep Maul makes his way out. He's got 1 over to face here. Gorkha already at 104. And it's going to be Harvinder Singh to bowl the final over in the 1st innings. And this has gone up again. It's an opportunity. And it's a good catch. Good take from Manjeet Singh. And it brings an end to an outstanding innings from Imran Khan. 57 off of 31 deliveries. But Harvinder Singh gets the breakthrough with his 1st delivery. And another wicket falls, and Gorkha 11, 104 for 4. And they're on a team hat-trick. The new batsman makes his way out to the crease. And it's the golden ball winner, Hardeep Singh. And what an innings that was from Imran Khan. Applause from all around his team. So on a team hat-trick, obviously took a wicket on the final ball of the last over and on the 1st one. So he's on a team hat-trick. Well, this is hit well, and there's a man there, and it's taken. So it is a team hat-trick. It's not a conventional hat-trick, but I'll certainly count it. I don't know if the rule book will essentially count it, but Hardeep Singh has to go for a golden. And another wicket falls, and the Gorkha 11 now 105 for 5. He's always going to go after it in the final over. He picks out Junaid Khan. It's a good catch. We came at him fast. But now we've got a real hat-trick opportunity now. The skipper walks out. Tapa. And Harvinder Singh, he's bowled 2 balls. He's got 2 wickets. And a hat-trick opportunity. It's up. It's up. There's an opportunity, but it's gone all the way. And it's once again into the commentary box. So just teasing the man at long off. Manjeet Singh unable. He's not tall enough, really. Doesn't matter who you were. That's going over your head. And it's 6 runs for Gorkha. The skipper starts well. I'm in the firing line tonight. Lucky not to lose any of our equipment. Goes again into the leg side, but doesn't get all of this. It's off the top of the bat. Early calls of 2. And Zaman eventually gets this one in, so it's just 1 run. This has been a good tidy over from Harvinder Singh. 7 off it, 2 wickets off the first 2 deliveries. Technically a team hat-trick. Obviously won't count towards the official records, but I'll count it. 2 deliveries left in the final over. Maul trying to go big, gets nothing on this. It's given a wide. And this one, tough call. It's right on the line. There's still 2 deliveries remaining. Into the leg side. Hasn't quite got all of this one, but it splits the field. And it runs away, and it's another boundary. And Gorka, they race along to 116 with 1 delivery remaining. 2 straight from Harvinder Singh. And what was a good start to his only over in this match. 2 wickets off the first 2 deliveries. Got a bit of punishment here. Gone for 12 with 1 delivery remaining. It's a good comeback for the Mandeep Maul. It's not. It's been given a wide. So he's got another one to go. And it's unlucky, really, as it nipped away. Not really much that Singh could do there. I don't think that was really under his control. But he's got 1 more delivery. And this time, it will just be the dot ball. So a good innings from the Gorka 11. Above par total of 117. They've set 118 for victory for the Coimbra Knights. But again, outstanding batting from the Gorka 11. 8 sixes in the entire innings of the 10 overs. Skipper comes off making 7 off 2, hitting the first ball that he faced. We take a look at the highlights of this innings. Suman Gimadi started well again, hitting a huge 6 over the offside. Bit of slappage, really. It was too short and too wide from Gurjit Singh, but he got a comeback. This was straight to Akash Kumar in the covers, and that was an early breakthrough. Coimbra Knights were on top at that point. Rahul Kumar to the crease. And this one, well, that was the only runs that he scored. It was a boundary down the leg side. But he was eventually caught behind. A great delivery from Junaid Khan, popping up off a length, just snipping the glove. It was taken behind by James Smallman. And that was another wicket, and you just thought, well, maybe Coimbra Knights could be in for an upset. But it was that man on your screen. He got a little bit lucky early on, but he ended up punishing the Coimbra Knights. 57 off of 31 deliveries. And, well, this one, that was an opportunity, but that was 1 of 5 sixes to his name. 5 sixes, 3 fours, striking at 183 off of his innings. He took a serious liking to Zaman, and Zaman won't be happy with his performance in this game. 2 wides in his over, but he got dispatched and he was punished. 24 for none off of 1 over for him. And then these are some of the shots. This one, that went so high. It was teasing him, but it's ended up just going over. There's a lot of shots from Imran Khan that only just made it over, but that was one of them. A straight drive down the ground. Panda Wadov came into the attack, and it just wasn't meant to be Panda's day, really. Again, another over going in the 20s. 21 off of his single over. Just really wasn't able to get it on the right length. And when you're bowling slowish leg spin that's short, it's going to get punished at any level, really. He was hunched over. Not the prettiest of views. It brought Chris Redhead into the attack, and he got a bit of punishment early on. This one just missing me by about less than a metre, really. He ended up going for 14, and Harvinder Singh, he finished off the innings with 2 wickets to his name. That was one of the wickets for Gurjit Singh, who ended up with figures of 2 for 16. That one doing Manjit Singh around his legs. But then we saw Harvinder Singh coming into the final over. Well, there was a team hat-trick, wasn't there? 3 deliveries, the final delivery of the 9th, and then the first 2 deliveries of the 10th. Ended up going for wickets. And this one was Hardeep Singh into the leg side. It was a good catch from Junaid Khan straight to him, but it was hit pretty hard. They ended up with Tapper coming in, and another one coming into the commentary box. And was punished, and then Harinder Singh. Well, there was one more maximum cut. Well, there was one more boundary in the final over. It was Mandeep Maul, and that brought us to the end of an exciting first 10 overs as Gorka 11 finished on 117 for 5, and they've set the Coimbra Knights 118 for victory. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around 10 minutes time for the response of the Coimbra Knights as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to el Estadio Municipal de Marano del Córdoba. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings, the final innings of today's play of match number 18 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. We've seen an outstanding bit of batting early on by the Gorkha 11, and they ended up on 117 for 5 off of their 10 overs, mainly thanks to Imran Khan. But Vladimir Singh, coming off the back of an eventful day, he obviously won the game for Gorkha 11 off the golden ball, just stuck to the right line and length. And there's a change at the top of the order for the Coimbra Knights. It's Manjeet Singh is going to be opening up here for the Coimbra Knights. It goes for a big swing, but this is signalled a wide ball. And in classic European cricket fashion, we start with a wide. Good delivery from Hardeep Singh early on here. Does him all up. And obviously we are coming under the night time now, so the lights have been turned on. And we've got a chase on our hands here. This is a good early over from Hardeep Singh. No runs off the bat yet, just obviously the wide early on. He's right back on the money, and this is a good delivery, getting a bit of a way swing. And a warm welcome to everybody watching all around the world, whether you're on our European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. And we've had an exciting night already here with the golden ball in match number 17. Going for a similar shot. The last 3 deliveries have really been pretty much bang on, copy and paste. And Lavai Saini, no shot, goes down and just says, well, let's not have a maiden off the bat. Obviously, they got the 1 run with the wide, but let's just get a bit of bat on ball early on. This off the pads, and they'll come through for a leg bye. That's signalled by the umpire, Gert Oosthuizen. It's Lavai Saini on strike. He got 10 off of 10 in the first game this evening. 10 off 10 with 2 fours. Good striker to bang on 100. Manjeet Singh batted at number 5. He only got 1 run, so an interesting choice to put him at the top. Not coming off yet, as he's yet to get off the mark after facing 4 deliveries. Obviously, yet to see Akash Kumar. It'll be interesting to see when he comes into the attack. Saini cuts this away. Bit of a slap. Could be a chance here. A direct hit would have been out. Lavai Saini just a little bit slow off the mark. He eventually comes home safely, and it's the first runs off the bat. See here. Gertu stays in a good place there. Well, a direct hit. He was no way near. It's 1 run to the total. And this time clothed into the leg side, and Suman Gimadi will collect this, and will just be 1 run and a good first tidy over for the Gorkha 11. And at the end of the first, Coimbra Knights 4 for none. And well, there you go. The counter resets once again. 0 matches without a golden ball. We didn't have to wait as long as last time. 405 matches we waited up until Sunday. We got the first one in 3 months, and then we've just had another one. If you missed that, do obviously check out and pay attention to our social media, as there will be highlights for that. But we continue on here. Mandeep Singh in the second over for Gorkha. And this is a good start. Starts with a dot ball. So Singh has 1 run to his name so far. Well, this will help. This is into the leg side and straight to Imran Khan. He's off the back of an exceptional innings in the first set of 10 in match number 18. Lavai Saini is now back on strike. 1 run for him off of just the 1 delivery. And he'll be no more. Tries to swing this hard into the leg side. And he gets this one all wrong. Plays all around it. He has to go. And the first wicket falls. And the Coimbra Knights are 5 for 1. It's no surprise that what he was going to try and do. He's strong on that leg side. He's also strong on the offside. We've seen it a couple times. But plays all around this one. It's the first wicket for Mandeep Singh. And the new batsman, Gurjit Singh, makes his way out to the crease. That run rate already going at above 2 a ball. 13.29 now per over. And I think for me, Coimbra Knights, no matter what comes out here, I think as long as they give it a go, I wouldn't be too concerned about batting out the 10 overs. I think if you're going to go for it, you've got to go for it all the way through. If you lose early wickets, then so be it. That's off, clip the pad, and will be a dot ball. Good work from, I think that's Mandeep Maul. Certainly is, and it's obviously Mandeep Maul is in a bit of a backstop position. We've seen it plenty of times in this tournament, a backstop being deployed. This is into the pads. Good first over already from Mandeep Singh. 1 run off it, 1 wicket coming as well. This is an outside edge and is gone. It's the 2nd wicket in the over. Mandeep Singh gets the line and length pretty much spot on, and Gurjit Singh has to go for a duck. And it's a good catch by the man on fine leg. It's in the area. Bit of a slot delivery, but misses out. Swinging way too hard at the ball. And another wicket falls, and the Coimbra Knights 5 for 2. And a good over from Mandeep Singh. 2 for 1 off of his first over, and at the end of the second, the Coimbra Knights 5 for 2. And Junai Khan makes his way out, and he's got a big, huge job on his hands. Well, there's a false start there. The new bowler will be Mandeep Maul, so obviously rewarded for his good work as an almost backstop, really. This one could be in the rough area, really. He's gone down straight away, but he's back up. He's holding. Well, he was up, but he's gone back down. I think he's in a serious amount of discomfort here. And he certainly doesn't look like he's doing okay, and he's down. I think he's obviously just a little bit winded. There's some water being brought on. Never nice to see that, really. I think he's okay. He just needs to take a bit of a moment just to collect himself and just realise what's happened. He's in a serious amount of pain. Obviously caught one in the not so nice area, really. Never nice to see. So Junai Khan obviously there. He's got a big job to do for himself here. And we can take a look, obviously, show you how you can stay up to date with the latest news on the European Cricket Network. We've got all of our social medias on pretty much every platform, really, even Telegram. So go ahead and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Obviously, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're getting ever so close to that 300,000 subscriber mark. And we're also on TikTok, so go ahead and follow us on there as well. Good content being blasted out on all of our social media channels. So do go ahead and take a look at that. And if you're also into Telegram, we've got a Telegram channel as well. So get your QR scanner out. Take a look at that one. Plenty of content coming your way. And I expect to see that the golden ball will be on there at some point. And well, there you go. Just proof that this is the night series. The lights are on. So the sun's gone down pretty early this evening. It's certainly got a bit colder, that's for sure. And we're ready to continue here. This is a short delivery and Manjeet Singh misses out on this one completely, and it's a dot ball. That's the one for the over. Well, this one stays low, and I don't think Manjeet Singh was really very comfortable there. And it's a wicket to go for Mandeep Moore. He gets his first, and the Coimbra Knights 5 for 3. So stump to stump really nips in a little bit off the seam, and well, there's a fan there. He's not paying any attention. He's got no interest. But another wicket goes, and the Coimbra Knights struggling 5 for 3. New batsman to the crease, coming in at number 5. He's the man who got the runs. He's one of 2, but obviously the only one playing in this game. Akash Kumar comes into the crease. Obviously scored a very vital and crucial 21 off of just 9 deliveries, 2 4s and 2 6s, striking at 233. Excellent strike rate for him. He's on strike now, and I think he's just going to go out and try and have a bit of fun. Well, just as I say that, he plays sensible cricket shot and just respects this back to the bowler. Fuller and into the leg side, and well, that's going to be one of many that they're going to need. Akash Kumar off the mark with a glorious 6 runs into the leg side. 2 full from Maul in the slot, and a batsman who's seeing it as well as Akash Kumar is at the moment. Not going to miss out. Just stand and deliver stuff, really. That's a good comeback from Mandeep Maul and a good end to a promising over. Gets the wicket and only gets hit for the 1 boundary. That's all his runs that came off that over. And at the end of the 3rd over and at the end of the power play, the Coimbra Knights 11 for 3. Well, there you go. There's the comparison at the moment. 3 wickets falling for the Coimbra Knights. Obviously 1 more than what had fallen in the first innings. However, they've got a long way to go, and obviously scoreboard pressure is certainly a thing. Just wonder whether it's playing an effect here. And the skipper comes into the attack now, Madhukar Thapa. And that's Junai Khan's first delivery that he's faced. He's saying there that he was just trying to fend this one back. I don't think he was. Went for the big shot. This is big into the leg side. It's a slot ball, and it's punished by Junaid Khan. One of the shots of the day. It's a Maximo here in Portugal, and the Coimbra Knights, they need a few more of those. And the bell is rung. If you're a Coimbra Knights fan, you're going to want to see a bit more of that. Junaid Khan just showing his pure class here. May not come off all the time, but he is an excellent cricketer. And with that shot, just proves us. And he lets this one go, and Thapa just getting pushed off his island length, and it's a wide delivery. Interesting to see. Bit of an interesting observation. Umpires not going for the wide brim hats today. I think the wind was a little bit too much. It was flying all over the place. So they've gone for the ECN caps. into the leg side. There's a man out there. It'll be straight to Suman Gimidi, and it will just be 1 run. I have to say, Gimini, it's not been his day with the bat really, but I've been very impressed with his work in the field. Always am. He is obviously the Duracell bunny of this tournament. There's obviously been a few. Had one in each venue I've been to at the moment. This sounds like it's come off the glove of the keeper. Doesn't take it cleanly. It's a wide ball down the leg side. Goes for a big shot, does. Akash Kumar over the offside, isn't able to execute this one. And the Gorka 11, well, they're looking to make it 2 from 2 this evening, and that will put them pretty comfortably into 2nd position ahead on points. This is dragged into the leg side and will just be 1 run. But no, a win here for the Gorka 11. Obviously, they're not completely out of it. Could need some big shots from Khan and Kumar. But Gorka 11, a win here, takes them to 10 points. Obviously, 2 matches played more than the Marlow Kalandars. They'll be back on Saturday, I believe. And they'll be 2 points ahead of Marlow and 2 points behind the Gamblers at the moment. Well, this is a full toss into the leg side. Suman Gimini's going to try and come round. And if there's ever anyone that's going to get there, it's that man, the Duracell bunny. It's just 1 run to the total. And that single brings us to the end of the 4th. Coimbra Knights 22 for 3. So Tapa only concedes 11 off of his first over. Junai Khan keeps his strike. Once again, take a look at what's coming up for you tomorrow over in Italy. It's the final day of round robins. Gina Brescia, they take on Roma CC in the first 2 games. And then Cricket Stars take on Fresh Tropical as Mandeep Maul is back into the attack. This one just misses the leg stump. I think Rushan Singh's done himself a bit of damage here. He's in a lot of pain. Oh, clips that one right on the end of the finger. That's not nice to see. As a fellow wicketkeeper myself, that one really isn't nice. He's in a lot of discomfort. Might be a call for the magic spray right on the tip of the finger. And that one caught him right on the finger. I think Maul, obviously a good first over from him. 1 for 6 off of his first over. Take a look again at what happened here. You see this clips through right on the end of that. It's that the middle finger of his left hand, and that one you can see instantly in a serious amount of discomfort. But he's okay. He's back up. Well, he doesn't look like he's okay. He's going to carry on, but I can tell you that that is one of the sorer injuries in cricket. He takes this one cleanly, and I think he was wincing as he took that one. Just making sure that he took it into the palms of his gloves was Lushan Singh. But a good delivery again from Maul. Another dot ball. And this is again into the leg side, but he's not got all of it. There's a man there, but he's not going to get there. Imran Khan. Imran Khan gives Janai Khan a life. And goes down as a missed opportunity. I just don't think he didn't quite pick it up as quickly as he would have liked. And a chance goes a begging. Advances, and this one just misses out. It's a good catch or a good take from Lushan Singh, and you can just see there that he is in quite a bit of pain on that left middle finger. This one is outside the legs, offside, it judged a wide ball. It's a good call from Gert. He's struggling to see there. Mandeep Maul Isn't making it easy for him. Well, this one does all sorts, squares him up completely, lifts off a good length, and it's a great delivery from all. It's too good, really. Well, this is hit, but he's hit this straight to the man, and it's a simple catch. And Hardeep Singh makes that one look simple. He dropped a bit of a sitter a few days ago in similar fashion, but he made sure that this one went straight into the mitts, and Akash Kumar has to go, and another wicket falls, and the Knights are now 24 for 4 at the end of the 5th. So the new batter to the crease is Pandawallabh. He makes his way into the crease. He won't face up here, as obviously that was the end of the over. And well, we're now going to see Amandeep Kumar come into the attack, and he starts off with a wide down the leg side. This time, Junai Khan missing out. And you can see Rishan Singh, he's in a bit of pain there, really. That's going to be a sore one in the morning, that's for sure. This has gone high in the air. Don't know if it's quite got the legs. And it's taken. And Suman Gimadi takes the catch. It had some serious hang time. And Junai Khan goes, and you just wonder that might be the final nail in the coffin. And another wicket goes, and the Coimbra Knights now 25 for 5. It's another wicket for Amandeep Kumar. And that's a pretty simple catch in the air. Had some serious hang time, but he takes it cleanly, and the new batsman, Harvinder Singh, makes his way out to the middle. So Harvinder Singh makes his way out. So, Harvinder Singh faces up for his first delivery here. Two fresh batsmen to the crease. It's a good start from Guman. Top of off. Plays all round this, really, does Harvinder Singh. And this is hit into the offside, and he'll be off the mark. This time more comfortably, and it's just 1 run to the total. Panda faces his first delivery. He's been out there for a while. He'll push this into the offside, and they'll come back for a second. And while the calls of two causes a misfield from Hardeep Singh, and it ended up being a pretty comfortable two. Panda back on strike. Goes for a big swing, but this time to no avail. And a good tidy over, only the 4 runs off it. And at the end of the 6th, the Coimbra Knights 28 for 5. So we take a look here at the bowling figures for the Gorkha 11 so far. 4 overs remaining. And well, Amandeep Guman, pretty good stats for him. 1 for 4 of his first over. But Mandeep Maul, again, 2 for 8 off of his 2 overs. And also Mandeep Singh, 2 for 1. Outstanding figures for him. It's been pretty tight from the Gorkha 11, not really given much away. See, Mandeep Singh has 1 over remaining. We're going to see a bit of left arm off spin come into the attack. It's going to be Rahul Kumar, unable really to contribute with the bat in this game. He went for 4. Well, I think he's going to get a wicket early on, and he does. It's a good catch behind the stumps from Rushan Singh. It was a pretty clear nick. And Harvinder Singh has to go for just the 1, and another wicket falls, and Coimbra Knights now, they fall to 28 for 6. It's a good catch. It was a thick outside edge, really. I think everyone knew that that was pretty instant. There was no delay from Gertustays, and the arm was straight up, the finger. He has to go. And James Smallman is the new batsman to the crease. It'll be interesting to see what he does here, whether he's going to come out and try and play a few shots, or whether he's just going to try and bat out the 10 overs. I think personally I'd like to see a few shots try and be played. I think in this position you'd rather go down fighting than just see out the rest of the overs. Smallman obviously tried to play a few scoop shots in the previous game. He was obviously in the middle for the golden ball, unable to get the victory though. But he's in now, and he's got an opportunity to play a few shots. And he lets this one go, and is called a wide ball from Gertustays. Played down into the offside. And Amandeep Guman will keep that to just the 1. This has been a pretty tidy over already from Rahul Kumar. And this is a bit of a shorter delivery, but Panda unable to really pounce on this one. Just to the deep square leg boundary, and it's just the 1 run again to the total. So the last boundary coming in the 4th over. So we haven't had one for a while. And this has just turned into the leg side around the corner again for another single. Oh, Panda looks to go big into the leg side. He's not quite got all of this, but it's good work from Imran Khan. And the throw's a little bit wayward, but it's well backed up. And they come through for just the 1. But good work from Imran Khan. Good standards here from the Gorkha 11. This is into the offside again. And it'll be fielded again by Amandeep Guman. And that'll be the end of, again, a tidy over. The wicket coming in it. And at the end of the 7th, the Knights are 34 for 6. Well, don't forget, the cricket never stops here on the European Cricket Network. We'll be back again tomorrow evening for matches 19 and 20. We've reached the 20 mark. And the Lisbon Capitals, they'll be taking on the returning Gorkha 11. That'll be at 4 o'clock GMT. 6 o'clock if you're in Central Europe, and then 9:30 out in India. So plenty of cricket here, obviously coming towards the latter stages. Finishing on the 3rd of August, next Wednesday. Second half of this. This is hit and hit well, and this will be a welcome boundary. It's the first one in a few overs, and James Smallman pounces on this one, and it's 4 runs. That'll just calm the nerves a little bit of Smallman. He's unable to really get going in this tournament with the bat. And misses out on this one. And as Rana gets a good comeback for the second delivery, it's a dot ball. And that's a wide delivery down the leg side. Interesting here. And this is just slapped. Doesn't really get a lot on this one. They might want to turn and go for 2. Panda wasn't really up for it there. It's just the 1 run, and a good evening to Balvinder Singh. Hope you're well. Well, this has gone high, and I think the keeper's put his name under it, and he'll take it. And a wicket goes for Unchas Rana. That's his first in the game, and Panda One Up has to go for 4. And the Coimbra Knights are now 40 for 7. It was a good catch from Lushan Singh, even though it was a pretty simple one. He had to get there, put his name under it pretty early. Just meant that there was no confusion between himself and the bowler. And another wicket goes here in the 8th. And the new batsman, Pedro Madeira, makes his way out to the middle, comes in at number 9. And Madeira straight off the mark. Plays this nicely into the offside, and it's 1 run. I think this is the most effect we've really got out of the lights this tournament. Got a bit darker pretty early on this evening. Good to see that we get a final look with the lights on officially. This is called a no ball, and it's going to go even worse as this runs away. And this is going for 4 runs down the leg side, and it's a no ball, and this time it's a no ball on the back foot for Rana. This is a free here, and misses out here, just stayed low. And that's going to bring us to the end of the 8th, and after 8 overs, the Coimbra Knights 46 for 7. So obviously never really looked like they were going to get going here to the Coimbra Knights. It's a real shame. Just interestingly, in the first innings with the ball, just didn't really look like they had the same energy than they did in the first game this evening. You can see that just never getting going really. But nonetheless, Coimbra Knights, there are positives to take away. Obviously, Akash Kumar once again going pretty well with the bat in the first game. But Tapa continues here. And Madeira just lets this one through. This one stays low, and Smallman's trying to get on strike, but unable to do so. He's 12 off of 8, and understandably so, but I think now that Madeira's in, I think they just need to just try and see how it goes. If Madeira can get one away, then it's obviously a huge positive. Just needs to give himself some time in the middle now, really. And this is just played into the leg side, and it should just be one. There are calls of 2. When it's Suman Gimidi, don't really want to take him on. It's just the 1 run. And this is just left and is called a wide by umpire Gert Oosthuizen. I have to say that the officials again have been outstanding this evening. And this one just outside that wide line. Good call. This is hit into the offside and will again just be 1 run. But again, obviously into the night hours here in Portugal, and the midges are just starting to come out. I can feel them all around my ankles. Tapa continues here in his second. This is played into the leg side and will just be another 1 run. And this is just met with the full face of the bat, and it will be a dot ball to finish. A good tidy over from Madurka Tapa with 4 runs off it, and at the end of the 9th, the Coimbra Knights are 50 for 7. So it gives me an opportunity to say a huge thank you to everybody in and around the ground once again, and a huge thank you to everybody who has helped, and also to everybody in the YouTube chat. A huge thank you to all those Shrug alongside Chris Smith, Kirsty as well. I know that she's been in and out of the chat, but also thank you to Kirsty for helping out in the clubhouse as well. But it's going to be a bit of spin. It's going to be Manjeet Singh to bowl the 10th. And this is hit into the leg side and hit well, but straight to Imran Khan, and it'll just be 1 run. But a huge thank you to all of the blue crew. Maxi, Sherb, obviously Tyrone, who's left us, and obviously Suleiman, who's come into the squad, or the crew. And also to Miguel, Migsy on scoring duties. And also a huge thank you to Paolo and Faf and Buckstoneman as well. And also Barry and Nina, and Anna and everyone in the clubhouse, Mick as well. But also to our production crew here in Portugal, Miss Lavian and Daniel. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we appreciate all of your hard work that is done here in Portugal. And this will be just the 1 run. But again, a huge thank you to all of the production crew, all 3 of the lads here this week, or the 2 weeks really, all tournament. They've been outstanding, providing the pictures, obviously dealing with the golden ball as well. And the reverse sweep comes out. Doesn't get this one away. Good stop from Ishan Singh. But again, a huge thank you to everyone in the YouTube chat, keeping me company here this evening. And he gets on the scoop, and this is hit well, but a little square of, a bit too square for his liking, and it will just be 3 for 1 run. So 1 delivery remaining. Well executed, but just doesn't quite get it on the money. Madeira, this has gone up, and I think it's going to fall safely, and it is. So they'll finish off the innings with a single, but never really looked like they were going to be getting near the total with losing early wickets. But it's an outstanding victory for Gorka 11 this time, not as close as the previous game. And it's a thumping victory for the Gorka 11, but a good effort from both teams. But the Coimbra Knights end up losing to Gorka 11 by 62 runs. And there you go, handshakes all round, but the Coimbra Knights never really looked to be in with a chance after the first couple of overs. Obviously losing openers for just 2 and 1 run consecutively. Well, that was Nabai Saini getting bowled up. At least we take a look at the highlights. He only got 1 run, and only the 1 batsman getting into the double figures, and that was James Smallman. Ended up on not out 15 off of 13. But it was good bowling from the Gorka 11. Using a total of 8 bowlers in their 10 overs. Only Mandeep Maul and Madhukar Thapa getting their allotted 2 overs. But Mandeep Maul 2 for 8 off of his 2 overs. Also Mandeep Singh 2 for 1 off of his single over in the second over. But again, it was just outstanding bowling really. There was a few signs of hope as Akash Kumar hit 1 of 2 maximums in that innings. There was only the 4 boundaries really. But again, the other one was that shot there. One of the best of the day, Janai Khan. It had some serious height on it, but it also had the length as well. And well, this one, that was how Akash Kumar was gone. He was caught in the deep by Hardeep Singh. Pretty comfortable catch really. And it was really when Janai Khan ended up going that you almost felt that was the game. But nonetheless, a huge congratulations to Gorka 11. They make it 2 from 2. They go clear in the standings. They go second. They're 2 points ahead of Marlow. Obviously, we'll be seeing the Gorka 11 once again in action tomorrow. They take on the Lisbon Capitals. And well, there's a boundary off of the bat of James Smallman. He was obviously, as I said, the only batsman to get into double figures in this innings. Rishan Singh, he did well to recover. He got a bit of an injury right on the end of his finger, and they certainly are the most uncomfortable ones. Well, that was a no ball for the back foot, but it also went for 4 runs. But that really was it, really. And again, a huge thank you to everybody all around the ground helping out today, and also to the Blue Crew, and also to the officials as well, Conrad and Gert, doing a good job as always. But do remember, we'll be back tomorrow with 4 games from Italy. Final day of round robin, but then we'll also be back tomorrow evening for 2 more games here in Portugal. It's been an absolute pleasure to call these games this evening, and I expect and hope to see all of you again tomorrow as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good night.